Okay. I think we might have it. Did we figure it out? Just put in some extra stuff here. The game, for example. What's up, monitors? Good to see the chat's working well. Playlist to the channel. Salvage. What's up, Goran? Doing some back-end stuff. I think a lot simpler than before. I think I actually got this working now. Close out these tags. STAR-CYWL Salvage. Aegis Reclaimer. Mix. It's a little too long. That's fine. We'll leave that alone. Looks good. That all looks good. Okay, except for YouTube's complaining about being in 60 FPS? Really? Why? I've never had it complain like that before. I guess I'll have you guys let me know if it performs properly. Alright, it's updated, which is good. Cool. Close out of that crap. Looks like I got the connections here. Oh, I guess I should check Twitch real quick. Make sure that's working. Morning, Dragon Nuts. Love the name. Psionics, good to see you. Okay, I guess Twitch is working. First chat from Twitch. Awesome. Happy XFC players and have a great salvaging run. Thank you, Bilk Runs. Appreciate it. Yeah, happy holidays to everybody. It is the 24th. I forgot about that. Also, you guys might see, maybe somebody at CIG heard me saying stuff about the friends list, or it's just really good coincidence. It's actually showing my full number of friends now. So hopefully that also means that I have accurate, like, in-game comm stuff and party stuff, because that was kind of a problem. But it was kind of cool to see this reflecting the actual number of friends that's on Spectrum versus the 250 limit. So that's cool. Broadcaster said yesterday, as it turns out, engineering killed SoftDeath. Yeah, I guess you might be a little late to the party there, AT. SoftDeath. Well, I guess, how do you mean? Like, let me know what you're thinking, because it definitely changed the dynamics for how ships die. 45-person server? Alright, Avos, I'm joining on you. Thanks for accepting the friend request yesterday. Managed to get a few whole C runs done on the same server as you. It was good fun. Hell yeah, Psionics. That's the whole reason that I wanted to have people add me. Because I typically, like you just saw, like to hop into low pop servers, which is better server performance, which is better for all of us whole C captains with the current state of the game. I have seen some 500 plus player shards though operating at 30 server FPS, which is impressive. It's not super common, but I've seen it in the PTU and I've seen it once in live. So I think they are doing some good stuff. Commander Jackal was a... Yeah, let me know in the chat, guys. You come in if you care to say so. You don't have to, of course. What do you all do for the holidays? How is it around the world? Because I'm not going to pretend like everybody's from the States. In fact, I know many of you aren't, which is really cool. Went out to look for ships to salvage, looking for NDBs to pair my XJs, but not one wreck. Oh, yeah, actually. So, finding ships is a lot harder now for salvage. It's one of the reasons that I wanted to do this today, too. Yes! It's still here! Okay, my new tradition that I'm starting when I enter my hangar. I must salute the rock! It's still here. The end of my session yesterday was centered around me getting this rock into my hangar. So, yes, this is my rock. I call him Rocky. That goes deeper than just the obvious. If you know, you know. Alright, and then my persistent hangar should be having my 2 extra store all containers that I don't use. Yep, they're right there. So my loaded one is in my hangar, or underneath down below for safekeeping. We're going to get that onto the Reclaimer today. We're going to make sure that we're all set up.
Welcome to the ASOC
We're going to use this
vehicle
big girl.
retrievals vehicle select. Your vehicle, please visit us again.
My persistent hangar freight elevator is cooked. 0 SU usable in 1. Only 50 SU usable in... Wow, really? Holy cow. I've never seen that. Yeah, yields on construction materials are pretty bad. Also weird, but yesterday I logged out of the game, New Babbage. On Monday I logged into Levski, though Costco was set as my home. That is weird. Has anybody lost their persistent hangars? I know Captain Kuza did. I've kept mine so far, and I hope I do keep mine because of my rock. And there's the big girl. Sent a ticket in, but probably won't hear from them until after the break. Yeah, see, that's kind of the unspoken truth. Well, not really unspoken. Everybody in the community thinks it. The holiday patch is always a question of how screwed are we going to be through the holidays. And, yeah, happy, or Merry Christmas to you. Australia, what's up? Cool, cool. Yeah, I'm here in Florida on the east coast of the United States. Feel free to shout out your regions, at least to your own privacy standards. You know, don't give too much info out. I think my main rear elevator should be around here, right? I haven't really used the rear elevator much. Should be able to interact with it. Right about here? Yeah? Somehow? Is it just going to kind of appear out? Float in front of me? Do little taps? Oh, there it is. Haha! Just had to get to the right spot. Whoa, the door actually opened. I'm not used to that. Usually that stays closed. And you like glitch through the door. Scotland, so a few hours to go yet, although all the prep is done. Nice. At least you don't have to worry too much about that, right? Wife and I are keeping it real simple this year, having some good food, just hanging out together, not going too crazy. That's how we usually are. Wish they waited till after the break for 4-5 to push to live. Yeah, there'd probably be a lot of grumpy people if they did wait, especially since it was holding engineering. Hopefully this is just a less broken patch than some previous holiday patches have been. The best way I found to feed the claimer is the unverified salvage in Stanton, but if you can find a better method, I'll be cheering for you. Yeah, I was actually planning to do some sort of blind salvage today, in the sense that I'm just going to go around Nyx and see if I can find any derelict ships. Because to AT's point, that's a lot harder now. Because ship signatures are not as easy to stumble across as they were in the past. Let me actually search for store with the star. There we go. Gotta get my 2 SKU that's got all my goodies on it. I got too many 8s. You know, I might actually put an 8 on the claimer at some point. But I mean, really, 2 is fine. Well, shit. Alright, we'll bring up both of these. We'll see what I can transfer over for the Reclaimer. Stuff like Idris and Polaris, audio glitches, and crashing. Yeah, the audio glitches are frustrating. They do exist with the Reclaimer as well, which I'm sure many of you know. That sometimes the mining heads on mining ships or the salvage heads on the Reclaimer and such will have this really hyper loud audio. Don't worry, I promise I will turn that shit down if it happens. We are going to take a few things with us. We actually need to acquire another SRT, unfortunately. But I'm going to split this in half. Not that... damn it, did do it. Damn it. Come on. Delete, 2.5, and split. There it is. Not that there are really any fuses to worry about on this ship that I know of. Let's go with 50. Medical. Let's take a chunk of these. We'll take 15 of our decontaminant pins. You never know when you might need that. We will take 15. Actually, let's keep it an even number for the blessings of Chris, if you know. 16 of the smoothies. What else should I take? An extra tractor rifle or 2. It's a good idea. Stash those on the claimer. I think that's it in this storage container, though. I can go and get some extra ammo from the actual bin, though. So this is going to go on the Reclaimer, since there's room for it. Wait a minute. Hang on. Let me actually move it over that way for now. We're going to send this back down. Reclaimer can print fuses. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I just want to keep an extra on hand. Just kind kind of preventative safe practices. Can the Reclaimer print the SRT rifle or just the handheld multi-tool? That'd be sick. I can't wait for Tier 1 crafting to come in so we can actually craft that shit. Turned out some jagoff turned on my tractor beam thinking it was an engineering terminal. Oh no! You can squeeze an Ursa medevac and reclaim your cargo area, just a little buggy. Interesting. That's a nice way to have a med bed while you're out there. I actually don't have a medevac Ursa. I might need to look into getting one of those. Not till after the wipe though, really, I think. Because it's supposed to come with the first bit of crafting, which I think is closer than some of us might expect. Oh man, can I not fit this through here? Alright, that's fine. We'll just have to do a little walking to put stuff in this. I've not found a place to buy the Cambio SRT at Levski. I've checked refinery, cargo, places where it should be, as well as conscientious objects, and I haven't found one. If you guys know of a spot I might have missed, I am all ears. Oh, yeah, let me actually put this crap in here. As you can guess, with my use of Throttle containers, you know, unofficial sponsor of the channel, I like to prevent from claiming my ships unnecessarily, because otherwise I'd lose all these goodies that I put in here. 30 things of ammo in here, and that's a lot of handgun ammo to be carrying on me, so let's go ahead and do this. Split that, put that here. Cool. Only ever seen him at Platinum Bay. Yeah, exactly. Platinum Bay, Dumper's Depot, according to some, on Planet Side stuff, and at Omega Pro, which makes sense. It's like the Platinum Bay of New Babbage, of the Commons. Stanton Gateway, yeah, Platinum Bay at Stanton Gateway is going to have it. I was actually planning to stop by one of the gateways to grab a few. Okay, let's, again, my friends, don't overbuy gadgets like I stupidly did, because they don't stack. I probably would do maybe 10 at a time, not 100 at a time like I had. So I'll be going through these gadgets for a while. Alright, we got plenty of med pins and shit here. Let's see, should I bring some extra weapons? I don't see why not. Otherwise, they're just going to sit in here. Why don't we bring one of my S71 rifles? Oh, the kill shot. We can bring one of those. Bring this. We'll bring a med gun. Why not? It's good to have. Bring an extra knife. Where's my Pombada knife? I'm rocking the Luminalia knife, and it is gorgeous. I'll show that off in a minute. No Pombada, huh? Maybe it's at the end because I put it back. Yeah, why not carry a couple of extra fire extinguishers as well? There's the Pombada knife. Ascension S71, which means we're going to need the ammos for that. We'll bring 50 mags of S71, which, okay, then kill shot as well. What's up, Mark of Argyle? Grand Barter Bazaar. So I checked that as well, and was not, the SRT is not in the weapon shop or any of the shops that are around there. Honestly, I really hope the devs just kind of go, oh, oops, we should definitely put an SRT rifle in the refinery or in the cargo center. I feel like that's just common sense. But probably small fish. Never have enough gadgets because I always forget to pick them up. Yeah, yeah. I need to actually remember that when I'm using my mole or my golem. Well, the mole's got a 2 SKU on it, but the golem has ship storage. So it's probably a good idea just to prep the golem by just stuffing some gadgets in there when you go out. That's probably what I'm going to start doing. Kill shot ammo. Did I not buy kill shot ammo? Son of a bitch. Alright, we're going to have to go, we'll go to the Grand Barter then, before we head out. We'll check that. I'm just going to stash the box on the Reclaimer before we leave. I can't think of anything else I really need from here. Hang on, do I have more Resurgera? I hate that it's under other. It's really stupid if you ask me. I don't. I'm going to get more Resurgera. Unless it was on the previous page. Is it hiding somewhere? I didn't see it. All this random crap. No, okay. So let's stash this in. We'll head over to the Grand Barter and see if we can maybe hunt down a Cambio, because it'd be really sweet if it actually was there. I love seeing how small a box like this gets as you put it up closer and closer to a big-ass ship. Oh, boy. We will stash this in the cargo hold area. on board this behemoth. What's up, Dead Tree? Oh, the Cambio the SRT canisters were buggy. Good to know. Just handheld. Wow, Hammerhead yielded 530k. That's pretty awesome. Alright, let's get this up to our cargo hold. So many options. Does the mole have on-ship storage? It doesn't, does it? Or am I numtai? I love that. No, you are correct. It does not have on-ship storage. You can fit a size 2 store-all up the elevator, and it perfectly sits back in that cavity, though. That's what I do. You'll see that on my mole videos. And it'll hold all the gadgets and gizmos you could need for your mole. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Alright, we'll stash that there for now. We'll store this thing and run down to the main area, the main trade area, to see if we can find ourselves some stuff. We still on for the tech smugglers missions on Friday? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. If anything changes because of family plans, I'll let you know, but I think I'm still on to stream. Oh, I just hit the button instead of leaving the ship. That was my bad. But yeah. That'll be Friday's plan. That sounds like a good idea. Yeah, exit ship. There we go. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I think we get stations before we get planetary bases. As far as, like, for building? And yeah, Dead Tree, I don't see why not. It's, it'll be Friday. I'll be aiming to get on stream like normal around noon. I'm gonna hit this before I jump off. Alright, there we go. Yeah, we'll mess around with the tech smugglers mission. Should be fun. It can be kind of intense. We'll make sure we're well stocked. And see if we can take advantage of the cargo elevators to get a lot of the good loot out of there. Because there's apparently a great amount of components and all kinds of crap you can get. Military grade, stealth grade, all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to kind of treat that as sort of like a salvage recovery day, but doing the smugglers mission. Store. Just make sure you get this down.
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval. Your vehicle has please visit us again. Goodbye.
Shouldn't have any issues. Let's see if we can find any goodies at the Grand Barter. Done it once, I'll invite others from the org and bring the Polaris out. Sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I've only done it once myself, kind of randomly with Frisk, Devil Doc, and I think Talius was there. Yeah, it was just the 4 of us. We kind of stumbled across it, didn't really plan for it to be the live stream, but it ended up being pretty fun. Didn't have a damn clue what we were doing, really, but it was a good time. Yeah, see, Commander Jackal, that's what I'm talking about. I want to get in on all that. What's going on, Munra? Hope you're having a good one. We're going to make our way to level 2, right? Level 2 is where Grand Barter is at? This should be the cargo area up here. I'm going to try to get out of the habit of running out of the elevator every time it opens. Kiwi Station still has no inventory and no freight elevators, so have to remove manually. No size 3s can be removed as too big. So I was told that that should have been fixed by somebody on the inside. How recent is this information? Since the hotfix? I hammered that mission in 4.4 and all the loot persisted. Oh, hell yeah. We didn't recover, like, any loot from that mission when we did it. Tried it 2 hours ago and still busted. Hey, that works. That's about as up to date as you can get. Thank you. Good to know. So anything that we want, we're going to have to truck out manually. We'll take note of that. So it's probably only going to take the stuff that's really worth taking. I only started playing I see a few days ago. Much of what you're saying is going over my head. That is totally fair. Ask all the questions you want. If I don't have the answer, I'm sure one of the wonderfully helpful people in chat probably will too. This game is a lot. This game is a lot. There's a lot of like in-game lingo you pick up playing it a lot that will definitely go over the average person's head at first. But don't worry, you'll catch on. You'll catch on. Alright, I need kill shot ammo. There we go. I'm going to buy probably 1,000 rounds. Not 1,000 rounds, 1,000 magazines, which is like 3,000 rounds, because I think it's a 30-round mag. Yeah, that's all I need from here. There's definitely no cambio here. Ripper SMG is awesome. Let's see. Miscellaneous has your typical crap. Personal weapons. Here, let's go to all categories, and we're just going to type in SRT. Not a 1. All right. I have an ungodly amount of processed food stuck in Area 18. Oh, shit. Damn. Actually, Area 18 is a little tougher. I was going to say, if it's at the external freight elevator, just pull it all out and just throw it all into space. Cambio might be at the bottom. What do you mean? Bottom of the list we were looking at? Or, like, bottom somewhere in the station? Refinery area. Yeah. I'm going to check there, too. I did check there. I'll check again, but I'll check. So far, the Cambio rifle has only been at Platinum Bays, Dumpers Depot, and Omega Pro, which kind of sucks. Well, there is an armor shop down here. Aside from that, everything else is kind of like clothing shops, food shops. It's kind of a cool little area. It very much reminds me of being on Ceres in the belt in Expanse. Delta Loda everywhere, Kopang. No terminals there. Yeah, these are all just kind of knickknacks and stuff. See, tools and supplies, like, this is where I would be hiding it. Because, I mean, you got some gadgets. Pyro multi-tool, Saber, Bormax. They do have the Optimax. Kuzo wasn't wrong. I just didn't know where the hell it was. Okay, the Optimax gadget is on this freaking shelf right here, hiding. I'm going to buy 5. Levski's vibe is great. Absolutely. You don't play Star Citizen, you fight it like a boxing match. Sometimes you win. A lot of the times, you're taking body shots. Yeah. That's pretty accurate. Another person had said at one point that Star Citizen basically functions on a spectrum of broken, more or less. And that's another accurate way to look at it. You just got to have as much fun as you can, ask all the questions, and expect to be taking those body shots. So we got a regular multi-tool, but I don't see a Cambio here. I feel like this should be the place where it would be. I wish we had a terminal. Don't need any reclaimed water, but I really want this socket wrench set with a ratcheting screwdriver, a full wrench set. We've got extensions. We've got deep sockets as well as standard sockets. Bro, this is what I want. How much for this? Hey, what? Am I right? All right, how many of you want this right here for all of your ship needs? Damn, I hate how much that leans out. I wouldn't mind taking some of these drills. See, this is the mechanic in me. That wrench set right there will take care of so many problems, especially if you own a few Drake ships. Cool helmets, plushy dials, mops. Nah.
Alright, some other time then, you know where to find me.
I want to beat the components to fix them. Yeah, sockets and drills soon. Alright, we got the Kovalex box. I don't really think there's anything important through here. Oh, here's the armor place. Okay, that's kind of important. If the Cambio is not here, we'll check refinery. I know it's not in cargo. But, I doubt it's here too. There's usually not, like, personal weapons here.
That's the way it goes.
Aside from your rangefinder and your pink flares. Alright, let's go all categories. SRT. Nada. That's a negative.
Why is everyone suddenly concerned about the UV?
Love spawning into 4% hydration. Sounds like a struggle, man. Alright. Your AUC wallet is intimidating. This is small. This is small compared to what I had at one point. I was very uncomfortable. I'm still uncomfortable, but not as uncomfortable. At one point, I had freaking 25. Sorry, no. I had like 14.5 billion. Somebody with 25 donated like 14.5 to me, and I was like, oh my god, I can't. So I ended up giving most of it away to like 100 different players. And then I gotten all the way down to like 500 mil, and then I came back to another 1.4. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Doing business, I guess.
All right, let's see if we can get up. Yeah, I'll probably send it a bit to you at some point too. If you've got like a weird amount, and by weird I mean between 2.5 to like 4 billion, you actually can't use the refineries when you're mining or doing salvage. So I ended up trying to get rid of it enough to at least drop below that. But I don't have much use for the money I have. I'll probably disseminate a bit of it to some other people. and keep a little insurance cushion for myself. Knowing that the wipe is coming probably with this next patch. I think there's a pretty good chance of this next patch. If not this next patch, then absolutely 4.7. I think that'll...
Somebody almost scratched my ship the other day.
What was I going to say? It kind of kills my desire to go too crazy with it. Need under 2.1 for restock, refuel. Ah, good to know. Okay. Been paying people 100 mil to pick me up. I get shot down. It's awesome. Nope, nope. This is cargo. I keep like absent-mindedly wanting to leave the elevator every time it opens up. Just gotta wait. You already checked the ship parts shop for the SRT. I know it's sold at Platinum Bay. You know what? We can check Teach's. I'm fairly certain it isn't, because I think the only utility item there are fuses, but I know it's also usually classified as a personal weapon. Alright. I'm just going to go ahead and go to item name and just type in SRT. So you can get the canister, the loaded canister too. That's a full canister, but you can't get the actual rifle. I'm going to go ahead and get like 100 of these. I'm going to type in Cambio. Nah. You get the battery as well. It's so dumb that of all the things, you can't actually get the rifle.
I appreciate your input. You always put an interesting spin on it.
Per L1 for construction materials, 11.7k per SKU. Good to know, Commander Jackal. Thank you. I read that the ore prices were changing with this patch. It did. It absolutely did. Some things that are commodities traded, like gold, didn't really change. But other things like Terranite, Quantanium, Stellaron, Recite, they all got a massive, massive bump up. Hang on, let me go back in here. We're going to go to Teach's next. Salvaging stream before GTA 6. Madness. Yeah, we'll eventually get to the actual salvage part. We're just doing some supplies pickups. Oh, littering, man. Come on. Even empty bottles are valuable. If you know, you know. You can tell there's a lot of new players in the game because they're leaving the cruise bottles around the floor. It's kind of funny. Ore finding went from 85% to 45%, but sell prices went up a decent bit. Yeah, the ore price increase is far in excess of the yield decrease. One Quantanium rock netted me 1.1 million AUEC. And it wasn't a whole lot of Quantanium. It was like 15 SKU. Double stack trick on the cruise. You know it. Yeah, I can show you guys real quick. I've got... Well... Alright, we're back. Is there any chance the stream reconnects and you guys are still here? Let's double check. Okay, cool. So we're on the same stream, I think. I don't know if Twitch fully restarted. Can still hear me. Alright, refresh your screens, refresh your screens. So, it wasn't the PC. It wasn't anything other than the fact that when I went to click on my window, I clicked the damn X on Meld Studio and closed it. Never done that before. So I guess we're kind of seeing if there's crash persistence on the live stream when you accidentally exit out of Meld Studio. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So it looks like it basically reconnected to the original stream, which is good. It didn't start over, which isn't horrible, but still annoying if it does. Because I can see everything on both YouTube and Twitch. Good, good, good. Yeah, that was a really dumb... Uh-oh, I wish you could have seen my face. I was just like... Bitch. Okay, anyway. What I was going to show you real quick, though, before I stupidly closed out of Meld... Stuff I sold at Aorus earlier was the same as old prices. Interesting. I wonder what stuff stream crash made my phone lag. I'm so sorry. Your phone got 30K'd. All right. These prices are confirmed at Levski, which I could actually show you at Levski's TDD. But right here, if you guys can see this, whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. Stellaron bumped up to 105K per SEU. Resites at around 93. Quantanium's at like 81K per SEU. Sav jumped up to. Terranite and Lindinium are at over 20K. Bexelite's up there as well. Gold didn't change, which actually kind of deserves to be bumped down to a tier 3. Because it's a commodity traded item, so it's basically the same as it was. So let me actually do that. What color am I using there? Custom green number 1. Bah. You got demoted, gold. Screw you. But yeah, a lot of these got bumped up, and a lot of these lower ones are actually worth holding on to because they're, you know, double to triple the price, at least to pay for the refinery order, in my opinion. But yeah, prices definitely went up for several items. Not all items. If the items you can buy and sell and trade like commodities, there's a good chance they did not go up or down. All right. Now here. Fuses are under miscellaneous. All categories SRT. Nope. No. Okay. So not at these places either. Which I'm not really super surprised. Are there any other shops around this area of Teaches? It's kind of a cool little spot. Like behind the counter. I don't think I'm supposed to be in there. Yeah, and so the prices will also be different depending on the system you're in. So the prices I just gave you are here at Levski. I've heard that it's actually a bit better to take things like from Levski and sell them in Stanton. And I don't know about Pyro prices, honestly. All right, let's go ahead and get back to our Reclaimer and actually get to Salvage. Hopefully everything with the stream stays healthy. Should. Closing out of unnecessary stuff. Let's bring up ship.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrievals. Your vehicle, please visit us.
Alright, and then the stuff that I want to carry over. I didn't bring more Resurgera, but that's fine. I don't need to go back to medical. Let's take like 10 of these with us. Take about 50 magazines of kill shot. That's it, right? I didn't buy anything else. Think we're good? Yeah, I think we're good. Oh yeah, and the knife I said I would show you guys. The one from Luminalia here. Love this thing. My new favorite knife to carry. Gorgeous. It's almost like a Damascus steel pattern underneath the ornate outline. Gives me sort of Prince of Persia vibes. Little rotating like globe in the handle, in the hilt by your pinky, which I didn't notice until just now. Does it roll with like momentum? Let me move it around a bit and see if I can get it to roll again, or roll more. No, just kind of just gently moving down there. Weird. Why is there a rock in your hangar? Yeah, why isn't there one in yours? I secured Rocky here yesterday. I placed it here myself. And now when I spawn into my hangar, I give it a salute and then carry on. Encouraged by its stout charm. It does, actually. Fenisari, I see that. It gives me some elf vibes for sure. That was the only of, like, what was it? 13, 14, however many free gifts is the only one that excited me. Yo, Bartman, first time watch your stream. Been trying to do some hauling contract missions. Red Wing rookie level. Everything I approach the pickup point, I get trespassed. Really? Check your rep level or your reputation with CFP and Headhunters. Because if you're doing these missions in Pyro, a lot of the drop-offs go between those two factions, and if you're hostile with one, they can trespass you, or you might get shot at by turrets and stuff. If you're just getting the warning above on your screen that just says, you know, such and such controlled territory, then you're probably okay. I'm curious to hear a little bit more. Red Wind line haul contracts are kind of a pain in the ass to level through, especially once you get to member. Alright. Oh. I meant to put this stuff in the 8 box. Damn. Gotta go down to the cargo hold. Ah. Yeah, this elevator shaft is freaking nuts. Yo, medic, at Red Wind, it's just really, really, really frustrating. That member rank with Red Wind, your mission drop-offs are usually 3 to 4 different locations all around Pyro, just really time-consuming with not a lot of rep gain. And the ones where you have some pretty good drops will randomly give you, like, potential wildlife habitat as a drop-off location, which is a no-go because those areas are broken and you can't get or send any cargo in those areas. Not only that, if you land at the wrong spot on Pyro 1, your ship will enter a distortion field and shut down and you're stranded. And you have to backspace back or exit to menus. What's up, Zomer? Merry Christmas Eve to you as well. Trespassed and shot out of the sky. From what I can tell, I'm neutral across the board. Wow. Okay. That's not supposed to happen. Or maybe you need to gain rep with them. Man, it's honestly been so long that I'm not totally sure. Like, maybe you have to gain a little rep with CF. Well, no, you shouldn't have to, because in the PTU, I didn't have to do that. That's really freaking weird. Anybody in chat have any ideas? I'm wondering, maybe run the interstellar missions until you get to junior level, and then see if you can do some junior contracts in Pyro without getting hit? Yeah, the Reclaimer is a big girl, man. She's a big girl. Love the vids. Merry Christmas, got Reclaimer. I love it, but what are the best missions for salvaging? So, it's actually a good question. Up until recent 4.0 patches, have really enjoyed doing salvage outside of, or in Pyro, I should say. Alright, let's drop this down a bit. Beef our engines up a bit. Because I don't really need a lot of energy going towards, we'll go down to 1. There we go. Towards weapons. Alright, so what I'm going to start out doing to see if we can catch any fish, so to speak, is blind salvage and nicks, where I'm just going to go to mission locations and try to find derelict player ships. If that kind of isn't really yielding any results, we'll head into Pyro, and I'll show you the missions you can do there. Problem is that in recent patches, they kind of messed with the salvage mission structure in Pyro and removed a lot of the bigger ships. And Stanton's kind of weird because, like, the Adagio company doesn't really give you a traditional rep progress bar, but as you do the missions, you can get up to the larger ships pretty fast, but there's typically a fee attached to those ships. So it's a little picky. Some people will actually just go into ring systems and look for panels, which I can show you how to do that too. I find it a lot more interesting to go after ships than I do panels personally, for like recovering components, as well as just maybe stumbling across something like what I did previously that got me into wanting to do this on live stream, is I found an 890 jump in the Glacium ring just derelict. So I'm hoping we can maybe stumble across something like that again. One of the reasons I like picking these lower pop servers is because it typically means the server's been on for a while, so in theory there should be a lot of player ships that are just kind of left around. Let's see real quick. We're up to 60 people, 30 server FPS, and we're in Asia Pacific Southeast on Shard 30. So We will see what that means for us. My ping's going to be a bit high because I'm in the US. But the server performance should be really good. Yeah, well, it had an electromagnetic signature of 3000. Yeah, definitely. Doing basic trade runs, non-contract stuff. Ah, that's probably your problem, Bart. That's a bit risky. Your contracts will probably give you the permission to go in. See, I haven't done the trade route stuff, so... Or maybe I misunderstood. Like, did you not have any issues when you're doing trade runs, but only issues when you were doing contracts? Let me know. Alright. Just kind of seeing if there are any, like, obvious ship signatures around Levski. It's, like, totally empty out here. Yeah, getting to the Vandal smuggler locations is kind of the tougher spot. I kind of have to get lucky with a missing persons contract to stumble across one. But that's what we'll do next. This is one of my methods for mining as well. I go into the investigation missing persons contract. Oh, shit, I guess I could just grab the mission to a QV location. And then just abandon the mission. Why don't we do that? This could have dire consequences, but screw it. We're going to try it. Once we get moving to the location, I'll abandon it before we get there to hopefully prevent swarms of Vandal.
The Shadow Blade have been continuing their operations, so the Navy wants to keep their data as current as possible. Head back to the storage site, decrypt the data, and upload it again. Just be ready to encounter hostiles, human and otherwise. Dismissed.
Alright, we're already in Quantum, so let's go ahead and drop that. Okay, let's see. Do you know if there are any junior level contracts anywhere for Dead Saints? Not yet. Dead Saints, Interstellar, Ling Family Interstellar, Redwind Interstellar, they're all rookie locked right now. I really hope we see them up that in 4.6. I'm looking for that actively. But as of right now, it's rookie locked because they are currently developing out the Interstellar hauling stuff, which I think it's going to get to be really cool. Probably a bug, though I'm not in a mission while doing so. Gotcha. Do you get any bounty or salvaging other player ships? You definitely... It kind of depends. One of the reasons I'm looking for the player ships is to try to get the ballistics PDCs for my Reclaimer. That might be on like a Idris or a Polaris. You can find lots of components and stuff in player ships as well. So that's kind of like the extent of the loot that you'll get. So this is a full-blown QV station. And I might end up encountering some Vandal ships. Ran across a C2 Best in Show variant. Found out there with a 2400 signature last week. Previously those have been 3000s as well. Found several 890 jumps in the errands with 3000. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I've only encountered one so far. Alright, let's get in here and see what turns up. The mission's off, so I don't know if that's going to do anything about the Vandal that are typically supposed to spawn. What's up, Obsidian? How you doing? Check game volumes. Bring these up a bit. Check here. Okay, everything should be good. Be nice if player signatures would pop up. Things are a bit different now. I'm not getting any lock icons or like ship signature icons, which is something that's happened with 4.5's engineering. They're a lot harder to come by. This really does remind me of fishing without like good spawn coordinates. Just hoping you cast out your line, hope you get a bite. It's really cool to see these facilities, though. Ships lying around. Nothing that I can target either. I'm not even getting like mining signatures out here. Server performance is supposed to be really good. Let's head over to the other Kiwi spot by this asteroid, see what happens. I should still be getting something. Mr. Perseus near me, yeah. Nah, it's okay. This is part of the fun, though, for me. I enjoy sort of like the treasure hunt, like looking for the goods. Granted, it's nice when you have some indication. I'm able to interact with their ATC. Aha! What the hell? Okay, so we got a bike, which we might take it and just throw it on our elevator. It's the first active signature I've seen. It's in an unknown state. We'll scan it to see if it's game rules. If it's somebody's only ride out of here, I don't want to take it from them. You turn yours up. What do you mean? Because like I have from 2 all the way to 90 degrees for my depth. FanDuel, don't shoot at bikes. Ah. Yeah, ball plan, that sounds about right. I wonder if this is actually an active player. Because I don't really want to be that asshole if it is. Because he's right at the spot where you would be going in for the second part of the mission. This is why we're going to scan it. Game rules. That means it is up for grabs. Yeah, I went to 22 just to do a focus scan, just in case it was too small to really touch. Alright, shields up. Let's go grab ourselves a hover quad. So Yogi, is that different than the Arc? I'll have to mess with that and see. Let's make our way back to the elevator. We'll stash this thing on the cargo hold or something. Man, every time I go through here, it takes me back to my aircraft carrier days with the way they have that. Except, this would be... No, we had soy sauce. Typically, we either didn't have a ketchup bottle or you had to add the Tapatio hot sauce. And that's exactly how it looked in the naval mess on the CVN-70 on the Carl Vinson. Okay. Well, I'll mess with that, because if F scroll wheel does the same thing as what I just did on my flight stick, then it is the arc of your radar threshold. Basically, the breadth with which your radar pings out. Because it's not a full 360 anymore like it was back in the day. I think it's limited to 90 degrees maximum. And if you're curious, the reason I'm confirmed that I'm going to go ahead and take this thing, which, oh, it's going to be farther than I thought because the Reclaimer's so massive, is because it's technically owned by game rules, which means that it is basically claimed by the shard itself. So it's not an active player vessel. So I don't feel bad about taking it because it's not somebody's ship. I normally would not leave that open, but since this requires a mission to get to, I think we'll have this back in the Reclaimer before we have to worry. It's funny. It might do that for some people. Hey, looking pretty good. What's up? I got a new bike.
Welcome. Your journey begins now. All systems operational.
I'll have a little fun on this for a sec. So how fast can we get to on here? So it'll go up to 2. So it cruises at 200. Pretty nimble. This thing is awesome, dude. Assume that the full wipe is gonna happen. What's one ship you recommend one to pledge? Ooh, that's good. Alright, if the full wipe happens and you don't really have many ships, as far as earning that money, it's gonna probably be between the Raft and the Taurus. If you're a bit more combat inclined, I'd say the Taurus. But if you're really just industry... Oh shit, hang on. This changes things. Maybe not. The value of mining materials has gone up so much that the mole has entered the chat. Seriously. If pure monetary... Oh my god, what the actual fuck just happened? Okay, this thing did not like to be in there. Alright, we'll try this again. What if we come in... How's it bugged for you? What's going on?
Engine systems disabled. Landing complete.
Asgard better for just cargo. Disagree. Because the Raft and the Taurus have a tractor beam that you can move stuff with. Plus, the weapons complement on the Taurus is better. The Asgard is an amazing in-between. The Asgard is an amazing daily driver that can do a lot of things. I don't want to discount the ship too hard. But having a ship's tractor beam is pretty valuable. Especially if you're thinking about just pure monetary earnings, because the time it'll take to onload and offload a Raft or a Taurus is going to be much quicker. Oh god, what is this? Okay, I was following through. Alright. Man, it's a tough conversation. Laser wouldn't work at all, had multiple people check. Did you repair the laser? I'm probably going to ask some questions that someone's already asked you. But Ox is a good one for low tier hauling. It is. It's definitely going to limit you. Good to see you, Ruck. I can't actually move this any further in than I wanted to. Jeez, this is the one thing about messing with these bikes and stuff, is they are picky as hell about being moved. They like to tumble. Alright, we'll do that. "100% fresh claimed." What, this quad? Let's see if we can get in here. Actually, go to cargo. I might stash this in my hangar as my get around the hangar bike. No, that's a good question. Looks like you are able to. It's fully good though. Oh man, what the hell? For just quick AVC, I would do Raft. It's a low price point right now. Yeah, see, you could also get the Raft pretty cheap in-game, which is one of the other reasons I was saying as far as a pledge goes. But considering the prices of the pledges, it might be smart to pledge like a Golem Ox, to your guys' point, and then rent the Raft, the Taurus. Can you rent a mole? I haven't checked, but perhaps you can. And what's up, Senate? Good to see you. Red Waffles was yeah, a lot of people love the Asgard. It's a fantastic ship. It truly is a fantastic ship all around her. It's not a bad idea for a pledge. Really depends on the person and what their goal is. All right, get in there. Freaking. Come on, rotate a little more so I can drop you. There we go. Haha, sweet. That thing looks badass. All right. Back up to the bridge. You can buy an Asgard in game now, Area 18 for 18 mil. See, by then, for making money, thank you for the info. But if people are trying to, you know, get to the ships to be able to make them, you know, print money, I think you want to get to at least that like 15.7 it takes to get your whole C. That's what I'll be doing. I mean, when the wipe happens, I'm not going to have a whole C anymore. It's an in-game ship for me, so I'll be doing the grind. Maybe even sharing my journey. I actually am going to have my cat and my C2, even when the wipe happens, because they, begrudgingly for me, changed the loaner from a Taurus to a C2 for the Raylan. Frustrating. Because right now I have 2 C2s and no Taurus, and I miss my Taurus. Taurus is such a good ship. For mining as a starter, the Golem is a pretty good choice and can mine your way up to the mole fairly quickly. That's another good point. Especially considering the cheapness with which you can pledge a Golem or an Ox. You know, if you're trying to think about that, the entry-level pledge that doesn't hurt your budget too much, because, you know, pledging a mole, pledging a Taurus, maybe even pledging a raft is going to be a bit more. Isn't the raft like 125? Is that still the price for pledge? I can't remember. It's been a hot minute. Cat will escape once the white happens. Oh no. Yeah, I'll have 2 cats because of my Ironclad pledge and my Caterpillar Pirate. You know what? In the same vein, I believe the mole can be rented. Like Dragon Nuts said, I'm gonna have an extra Caterpillar and stuff. So if I'm on with anybody that wants to use one to make money for the day or whatever, I wouldn't mind loaning mine out as well. Alright, let's try a new mission location since we didn't find anything here but a cool motorcycle, which in my opinion, that's a pretty awesome little salvage trophy, not gonna lie. Dig that, I dig that. Let's see if we get lucky at a wreck site. And I have been using that R trick to tap R for navigation ever since I was told about it. I love it. Raft is 125. Sweet, I was right on the money, cool. That's what I thought. I think the Taurus and the Mole are quite a bit more than that. For sure, starting out, one of the best early hauling options is the raft. It's 3 mil in Loreville. Slow to the party, tap R. So, yeah, when you're, instead of clicking on it, if you're trying to navigate somewhere, you can click on it here, and then when it highlights green here, all you actually have to do is just tap R from that point. You don't actually have to click. So, it's just kind of a nice quality thing, because I can just click and then bam, tap R and it navs. Somebody in the chat had told me about that. So that's kind of cool. Turned my Zeus into a Polaris. Damn. Next chance I get, I'm trading my cat for an Ironclad Assault most likely. There you go. Oh, cool. I'm passing on the knowledge to everybody here. Don't borrow Deadwig's cat. He will hunt you. Son of a pirate video on his YouTube. That's a good idea. Now, if that happens, you can blame Ballplan because he gave me the idea. That'd be so out of character for my videos on the channel, though. Industrial guy shows you a pirating video. What the hell has happened? We'll try to hit a couple of these to see if there's any ship signatures. Otherwise, we'll probably head into Pyro to do some... Pyro or Stanton to do some salvage contracts. I want to check Pyro first to see if maybe we got the salvage missions back that were missing. Because that used to be a really great way to make some money. Let's see, are there any... Yeah, there are like no salvage contracts in Nyx, are there? It's too bad. So these are the extra missions you can do with the smugglers runs to make some extra scratch, which is pretty awesome. Recovering Vandal Tech and corpses. Okay, any ships around? I'm not even getting, like, scannable signatures. Like you would for mining. It almost makes me wonder if the whole server is just, like, dead. Check illegals. Oh, good call. Let's see. Let's check the illegals. Mercenary and delivery missions. Blah. Oh, there we go. We are getting some signatures now. We just had to go out far enough. Alright, we'll spend a couple of minutes scanning signatures, see if we get lucky on a ship signature. Or I can show you what panel signatures look like as well. We only pirate for sirens around here. Told y'all, all quiet on the Western Front. What happened? Industrial pirates. I don't know why I'm really vibing with the Prowler utility. That is one ship I have not really had any time with, but I've heard that those who have been using it have really enjoyed it. So it's got to be a pretty fun vessel to run around in. Man, there are not a lot of signatures. I got that one. Hang on, is it? There's another. There's another 1900 E-type signature, which is an asteroid. This feels incredibly empty. That's saying something compared to all the signatures I used to find all over the place. Is that another E-type? What the hell? Did I stumble across an area full of E-types? Saucy Jake, what's up? Merry Christmas to you too. Full C video saved my sanity when I was getting back into the game again. Oh man, happy to hear that. It's not pirating, it's reclaiming what's yours. Fair enough, Rock. 1850 M types. I'm hoping to see, like, maybe we'll stumble across that 3000 EM signature for a Reclaimer or something. Now, we are moving fast, so I'm using my constant sonar ping to make sure that we're not putting the Reclaimer into an object, which would not be ideal. I'm going to do some more penetrating scans. Drop to a 45 band and see what happens. It's more narrow, but it should grab more of what's in front of us, what we're pointing at. That was easy to grab. Let's see what else. 1870 Q-type asteroid. It's kind of an eerie dark zone of the Glacium ring. You see that? Like, little void space there? Slow down a little bit. What's up, Shepherds? Looks like we crossed through the darker area. We're back in a lighter spot. See if we can get a deep field penetration here. SE without a third-person view? You think so? I rarely find myself actually in third person, other than for just visual effects or if I'm getting really close to something in a ship that I'm not super used to flying yet. Most ships I eventually learn to the point to where I can just fly in without any issue. Takes some time though. 4,000, that's a section of panels. So multiples of 2,000 will give you salvage panels. Not really something I'm interested in the Reclaimer. Likelihood of finding something like an 890 on stream is probably not too high unless I was doing this the whole time, but that could probably get a little stale. Signature density in this area is very light. I'm used to picking up a lot more stuff. 5700, that's a collection of rocks. That should be like, I think 4 E-types. Alright. Let's try a different mission location. Go ahead and abandon this. If we don't get any ship signatures at all, or anything of interest at this next one, we will head into another system to spice things up a little bit. Alright. Alright, Cecil's. Been using the Proud Utility to move my quant. That stuff is way too valuable at the moment. 1SU can buy you at $890 with change to spare on UEC. Quite badly needed. So quant right now is actually only worth 81k per SCU. I'm curious to what you saw. Good to see you on the stream though. Hope to see you again. What we do is we get a bunch of decaf coffee and replace the coffee supply with on a warship with decaf. Oh jeez. One hour to figure out why mining laser didn't work on them all. Don't ask. Uh-oh. So, guys, I am currently in the Nix system. I'm on an Asia Pacific Southeast server right now, or Shard. Shard 30. Only 72 people in the game here. Yeah, Quantanium is great. So I was gonna actually say, Shepard, either you didn't power on the turret or figured out how to repair the actual laser. That's funny. Don't worry, my friend. We've all been there at one point or another. It's all good. Have you tried turning it on? The amount of times that I've jokingly ran into that exact scenario and just kind of facepalmed. Like, damn it. Alright. Abandon that, fly over this way and see if there are any ship signatures in the area. Also take a peek around and see if we happen to stumble across any asteroid facilities, which actually can be in these areas as well. I think that is the wreckage for the mission that we have. Yep, that's the missing persons wreckage. There's just nada out here right now. Alright, Pyro, here we go. There's an easy way to get big empty ships. What you got? What you got? At least we're rocking the TS2 quantum drive in this thing, so it's going to move nice and fast. Standard tech support, on and off again. You got it. It reminds me of Robot Santa from Futurama. That's what that would stand out as. Reason nobody sees him is isn't because he isn't real. It's because he doesn't have witnesses. I just immediately picture Robot Santa with a machine gun. Alright, we're going to head into Pyro system, mess around with the salvage missions there, see if there's any change to them. So in the past, my rep granted me access to some really good risky salvage missions over there. But after like 4.2, those missions disappeared, which sucked, man. It was really frustrating. So I think it's with Headhunters as my alignment. And yeah, there's a lot more now here, which is kind of cool. Maybe this is why I'm not seeing the missions. There's like a tertiary layer. Primary, secondary, tertiary? Because I'm senior contractor. No, I'm veteran contractor. So there should be really good salvage missions here. But now I'm curious about this part. There's a tertiary level that goes all the way to elite. And then there's the additional bonus contract ranking system. Is that CFP as well? Did they adapt that? No, CFP only has the one. So what have I done? What has happened that allows headhunters this extra unverified contracts? Yeah. We'll check those two. We'll definitely check those two. I'm just super interested with what's going on there. Adagio, I don't even think... Yo, I do have it. There's just nothing. Adagio is still an empty rep company, which is really weird. I haven't gotten my rank up with the Vaughn guys as much yet. Yeah, we got some research to do. Really dusty part of space here. Okay, there we go. Just making sure we don't have anything directly in front of us that's going to end our session prematurely. Head out this way to sort of better align with our wormhole runway. Do I need crew? No, not really. What I need is stuff to actually run into. And yep, I am soloing the Reclaimer. Really not hard. It's a pretty easy ship to solo. I am enjoying the fact that we have a higher friends list cap, because hopefully that just means that friends list stuff is actually functioning like it's supposed to. As we get down out of the way of any possible collision objects, we will position for a hockey stop in the Reclaimer. Probably hit that here real soon. Alright, let's see what she can do. We are already set up for proper VTOL. Engines down. Go to our 90-degree plane. Full burn. This is a hockey stop. Oh, and it stopped working. What the heck? Oh. Alright, yep. We bounced. Ah! All the way back up to full speed, because when I went to third person, apparently it stopped burning. That was dumb. You could just cruise the what? Jeez, I bounced all the way out of the calibration threshold. That was really stupid. Oh, and Pyro? Yeah, wouldn't be too bad. Alright. Yeah, had we managed to keep burning in that 90-degree plane, we would have stopped just fine, but apparently when you switch out of the first person, it cuts your burn. I'll have to keep that in mind. Engineering in the Reclaimer is largely non-existent, really. That's the problem with the older ships, is there's not a whole lot going on. I haven't really encountered scenarios where I've had to really do much. We'll see if that changes at all as we go into Pyro. Once we get through the wormhole gate and we get into Quantum, I'm going to need to get some hydration. And yeah, Duder, my goal is to see if the missions that I've used and loved in the past are back, or if they're still gone. It's not because I want to rely on them, it's just want to do a little testing and see if they're there. Because a lot of the risky salvage missions are no longer present. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant, Hero. There's older ships and such that don't really have engineering panels or physical components. Some ships have physical components, but locked behind bulkheads like the Caterpillar and the Mole. There's only one physical component that you can see on the Cat, which is a big-ass power plant that's just like sitting out in the open, which is hilarious. So you got limited engineering interaction, which is unfortunate. Like my Hammerhead doesn't have any physical-ass components at all. So you have to go back to station to repair. And the actual like repair button on your MFD is pretty limited in what it can do. I look forward to continued changes in these ships actually getting their gold pass eventually. What about the whole sea is broken for engineering? See, did we make it through? It doesn't look like we made it through. This doesn't feel like Pyro system. It's not. We're still in frickin' Nix. Lovely. Yeah, I haven't had much need to actually deal with the engineering in the whole sea. Alright. This server is acting a little funky. I'm doing a little seat check to make sure we're not desynced. Because with how we went through that wormhole, we should have popped out properly. But kind of like the whole sea, where you have to do a seat check to resync to get your load to work. Sometimes you just need to do it in general just to get your connection to the background shard to communicate properly. So we'll try again. Frustrating. Wait, it should be over here. Engineering for me is more just interesting toy right now, not really been of any use. Yeah. It's helped. Alright, it's been useful in one vein for me, and that is mining. Because I've been able to fix mining heads or bags that get busted up from energetic rocks that are breaking. So I've seen practical use in repairing stuff while mining. Holy cow. C1 caught fire from hitting a pole? That's a little insane. Yeah, I wonder if the Reclaimer is gonna get a gold pass, or... I wonder this for pretty much every ship. Are we gonna see a gold pass? Is it uncomplicated enough just to gold pass it, or are we gonna see a Mark II variant? So that's a proper hockey stop without being interrupted. These are some really strong VTOL engines. Beautiful. So much thrust, we actually ended up changing our vector forward as well. Yeah, I feel that about the power pips. And Ruck, you think gold pass? I hope gold pass. I hope we don't need an entire new variants for all these ships, like the Caterpillar and everything. Because I know some ships, like the Starfarer, they want to redesign the interior and such, but I guess that would become a Mark II. I wonder if they'll end up doing something similar for like the Reclaimer. I don't think the cat needs really a rework. I just think it needs its gold pass. Physicalize everything properly. Alright, let's see if we make it through this time. Cat is probably gonna get some love with the command module tech coming. Yeah, I'm curious to what that'll entail. I bet the cat will get some new stuff or some cleanup or love, as you say, once the Ironclad comes out too. They're probably gonna come out together in that way. Did they say they wanted to make the cat's base modular? It's always been the plan for the cat to be modular, at least on paper. Plans change though. I guess we'll see if that ends up ever actually being the case, or if the pods will remain bespoke. I hope that they can make it modular. That'd be really sick. Because you could probably like have like your Ironclad Assault versus your Ironclad Freight. You could probably make a Caterpillar that's more tiered toward combat or medical, exploration. There'd be a lot of cool options there. Alright, now we're in Pyro. Good. We made the jump. You can see all the debris everywhere. That's what we want. Okay. Let's head to Orbituary. Or Bloom, really. That's a pretty quick jump from Stanton, or Nick's Gateway. Yeah, because we are kind of in the lower left quadrant of Pyro. Villain, what's up? Drink your tea, dear. Yeah, you're totally right. I am getting a little thirsty there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think the cat is going to get reworked and get larger, but that's the Ironclad. I've kind of had the opinion that the Ironclad is essentially the Mark II version of the Caterpillar. Rebranded, much bigger. Bigger and badder than ever. I wouldn't mind seeing the cat get bigger, though, honestly. A nice, clean, like 800 SKU of cargo would be awesome. Modularity, physicalized components, all the good stuff. That'd be fantastic. Yo, Commander Jekyll. We are in Pyro now. We're going to check out some of the salvage missions and asteroid bases outside of missions to see what kind of goodies we can get into. Hoping that this server turns out some good stuff. Alright. Just heading over planet side to actually get some missions to pop. Ironclad would be a nightmare in Atmo. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever really be putting the Ironclad in Atmo. That is going to be my space base. I'm probably going to just live out in the belt. One of the 3 belts of Nyx. Of course, currently we only have the Glacium Ring, but my plan, like where I want to be personally, is the Keeger Belt. The Keeger Belt is essentially Nyx's version of our own real-life solar system's Kuiper Belt. It's the outermost belt. That is where I'd like to set up shop. Have my Ironclad with my Ox, my Golem Miner, my Salvation, and just live life on the float out there into black, you know? Be good times. Don't make the cat bigger, just need a 32 suit capable grid. At least the 32s being able to grid would be nice, since the catwalk space is usable space. It's kind of an oversight, if you ask me, that it doesn't allow for a 32 grid. I don't think the C2 is better in every way. The cat has better defense and weapons capabilities for sure. And personally, I think a better sense of self when flying it, because you can see more of it. But on paper, cargo capacity wise, yeah, C2's better. Vertical takeoff is a lot stronger. Maneuverability is better. Cat is Drake, enough said. Exactly. Alright. Beautiful Bloom. Favorite planet in this system by far. Let's check out. First we get a little shot of that visual there. Freaking gorgeous. Alright, let's see what we got. Ugh. Let's take it and see if maybe we unlock the next one by finishing it. But with our rank, we should have a lot more options than that. Let's see. Unverified only has a Dead Saints Trial Cargo and Bounty Hunter. My gosh, they have wrecked Salvage here, unless I have to like wake up the system. So we're gonna try that. C2 easy mode, Caddis vibes. I feel that. I feel that. I am biased to Drake, so I'm gonna stand with the Caterpillar there. I appreciate the C2 though, because currently the C2 is the only thing that I can use as a mothership to carry my Drake Golem or my Salvation. Misasa Kopeng, life on the float. Absolutely. It is kind of funny, guys, to see there is sort of like this Drake Cat versus Crusader C2 little feud. Friendly feud, but, you know, little feud. Been calling for it for months. Next Defense Con will take place inside an ironclad. That would be badass. Ryzen will kill C2 because the new ships are way better than 3.x and before, except my Connie. I think the whole B and the Rylan are definitely going to come in to the Cat and C2 space and say, surprise, motherfucker. Absolutely. I think that both of those ships, because they're competing in that class, they're going to be fully fleshed out new ships with all their components and engineering. Yeah. And we know that the whole B is definitely 2026. I think in that discussion they said the Rylan as well. Not 100% sure on that. Wait, we're here. Hold up. Where is the Titan? There it is. Okay. What's up, Kobas? It's going well. It's going well. So far, we're just trying to see if we can, well, find our ship. There it is. Trying to see if we can wake up the upper tier salvage missions out here. We are not going to salvage this. We are going to destroy it. Oh, it's a little different now. I don't think I can hard death this to complete the mission. It is wearing down the outside. It might actually be faster just to hit this sucker with a trawler and end it. See, before the engineering mechanics, you could just hard death these ships to get credit for the mission and move on to the bigger and better stuff. It's not exactly the case anymore. A little close. Alright, so let's go ahead and just munch on this real fast. Wait, would that actually complete the mission? If I claw this thing... I don't know, I'm asking a lot of questions. Let's see, let's go back to just hitting it with the trawler first. Oh, I must have hit its reactor. Anyways. I don't think Hull B will have auto-load. Actually, maybe it will. I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. If it does, I feel like they dropped the ball and they need to put auto-load on the Hull A as well. And the raft. At least the Hull A. But let's see what happens. Alright. Did that open up any other... No, it didn't. Alright, well that's stupid. So Salvage and Pyro is not fixed, for lack of a better term. Which really sucks. It used to be so good. I wonder if it has to do with this extra... I wonder if this is a bug or a problem. I'm gonna screenshot this and maybe see if this is an issue console. Because it's like a duplicated rep system. Because before, just on this side alone, you got to like these 80k fee, risky salvage missions, really good stuff with good loot, bigger ships, even enemy NPCs that would come at you since you're in Pyro. But ever since like 4.2, I think, that's gone away. So let's try the other method. Let's go and see if we can find anything sitting around asteroid bases. That'll be the new goal here. Maybe head over to Rab Whiskey, or let's try that. Left side legacy, right side current. Interesting. That's the case. Damn it. That means I got a lot of work to do with Redwind. Not Redwind. Headhunters. Jeez. Like, it's all blending together in my brain. Salvage is, what I can tell, mostly the same. RMC hasn't really changed. Construction materials, I think, in some areas is worth as much as just under 12k per SCU. Aside from that, though, it seems to be pretty much more the same. We're just kind of flying around seeing if we can come across anything that kind of makes the salvage gameplay feel more worth it. Alright, this should be an asteroid base. It is. Okay. Let's see if we come across anything out here. If we're running into a couple of deads, like doing this, like, I don't know, another 2 or 3 times, we'll probably head into Stanton and see what it's like with Adagio. So I think, as far as like a grid autoload function, I don't imagine anything really having that. Oh, hey, here we go. We got something over here. Looks like a fortune, based on its design. 46k out. Let's hit it. RMC is still about 5.5 or so. Construction materials are about 12, like 11.7. Really curious about the whole legacy rep versus current rep thing. What a pain if that's true. Also gives me something to grind for, I guess, to see if we can get salvage rep back in Pyro, because Pyro was really good for salvage. Yeah, based on that information, I am quite low, which, it's like, why reset it, though? Man, I gotta get all the way to senior contractor to get back to the really good stuff. Bummer. The fastest way to rank up back then was to actually shoot and blow up the salvage wrecks, because you get the mission complete for it. You'll never catch me flying that unfortunately named ship. The Misfortune. Yes, sir. As we get close, we'll give it a good scan. See what it's got. Maybe for fun, see if we can resurrect it. Although it seems to have all of its power signatures, it's got a wildly high EM signature, which is probably why we were able to detect it so far away. The EM is off the charts. 53k? Is that normal in a freaking Fortune? That seems insanely high. What's ours? Yeah, ours is not even that high. Our cross section's 36. Our EM is 51.4. That is wild. Flying around asteroid bases might be a fun way to do things. Does that mean if you skipped Frontier Fighters, finally you are screwed? I don't know, actually. Golem Ox is the best stealth ship. I've heard it's actually a lot of fun to do that ship stealth. Whoop. Alright, we came in a little too hot there. What would screw you over out of the Frontier Fighter stuff? The Frontiers finale? Alright. Scanning time. What do you got? Is this a Game Rules player ship, or is this a NPC ship? No signature at all. Just unknown. New Headhunter rep. I don't know, because I didn't partake in any of the Frontier Fighters story stuff, personally. Snowfall Chlor, Explorer, Bulwark Shields. Seems pretty stock to me. Nothing special about it. I'm super curious about its really high signature, though. Let's do a little exploration. I'm gonna hop out and check this thing out. Almost size 30 missiled. Almost size 30 missiled it? Oh, me. Ah, sorry. My bad. Took me a second to realize what you were saying. Funny, Chumbledore. Good stuff. A Polaris with size 4 attritions. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little experimenting with that Headhunter rep to see what's going on there. I definitely didn't participate in any of the Frontier Fighter stuff. It didn't really draw me in. I wasn't really all that interested in it. Take the airlocks. Before exiting, always make sure your helmet is on. Which, typically, if it's a square map, that's one giveaway. Close that door up. Again, not a very populated server, but we're in Pyro, so extra head on a swivel. See what condition this Fortune's in. I've never actually been in a Fortune, so you guys can have fun laughing at me try to figure out how to get in this thing, aside from the standard Prospector entrance, which I'd imagine it has. And I've got plenty of hours in a Prospector. This thing actually looks really good. Looks fresh. Is that a cargo bay? Does it have a cargo bay? Hold up. Little trick I learned. Fix the door, and it brings you into the ship. It's an awesome mist design. 1.2 million split between 30 to 40 people. What? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. That last mission. Remember, kids, when you're flying in the verse, you always have at least one missile. Exactly, Kobus. I'll get this up to 50%. Not really too worried about fixing it. I was just showing that off. Alright, so we have access to the inner doors, which is nice. This is behaving properly. How much materials on this? Nothing. Okay. Wow, we just have full access to this sucker, huh? It's like completely online. Wait, this ship is in great shape. Aside from the hull being busted. We've got full flight control. It does say private property. It's definitely somebody else's ship, obviously. Huh. Very surprising. I am so curious as to that power signature, though. I wonder if it's just because of its damage. So let's take a peek. I don't think she has an engineering panel or anything. It's the toilet. That's the exit. Oh, here it is. All right. Let's see. Armor's gone. Hydrogen fuel's looking good. We got a slightly damaged weapon here. Is that a busted shield interface in the back? Both the shields are hit. Let's check our... Fixed. A minute 50 seconds ago. Fuel port fixed. Radar fixed. Did I fix it when I was coming in? What? Show emergencies. Okay. Doors. Rooms. Connection points. Configs. Damage to the guns. Shield gen, because we're in nav mode currently. No preset saved. Oh, we're in nav mode. That explains the frickin' EM signature. It's the quantum drive. Wait, wrong way. They must have realized they were flying a fortune and jump ship. Savage. All right, let's there we go. See how much our EM signature falls now. We're gonna go shields off. EM signature is much more expected. All right, so she was just in nav mode. That's all that was. If you guys haven't seen it, we should be able to fully restore the ship's health all the way. I can show that off for the sake of engineering. Gosh, look at that behemoth staring at us right now. Let's go ahead and do that. I'll show you. Oh no. Hopefully you can just pop back in though. If you just CTD'd, you should be alright. Let's see. Shield generator. Computer. None of these are wanting to open. Let's open all doors. Yeah, none of the component space want to open. Deploy weapons rack. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this ship should be fully physicalized, right? Let's open all doors. Alright, full expansion of all door components, which should open everything. There it is. So now we can actually see all this stuff. It does not have anything that I care to bring with me. So all of this is pretty good. Nothing seems to be busted. Life support. There's nothing in here. Oh, grab gen, that's why. Shields looking fine. Not sure what that was supposed to be. Oh, storage. Nope, I didn't want to sit. Damn it. You must open all doors to get the components if you want to loot it. Yeah. And then we can take these. All these ships will come with some fuses and some RMC canisters, so that's kind of nice. So, is this what is damaged? Is it just the door that's still registering? I want to see if I can bring the display back up to being fully healthy. It might be the external hole though, so we'll check that too. The Reclaimer staring it down is rather menacing. Yeah, yeah, we're gonna munch the ship. We're gonna do server cleanup and eat it anyway. Another thing I like about this sort of gameplay is cleaning up the server, but it doesn't really have any components that I care to take with us. All right, let's see if the external hull is what's still damaged. Yeah, there we go. So if we bring this back up, how long would that take though? I'm not going to sit here and do this forever. Yeah, that'll take a while, so we won't do that. That's fine. But that's how you would get the whole ship all back to normal. Now, in order to munch it and everything, we're going to have it fully powered down, which I've learned. So we'll go ahead and head back in. Yeah, do I have to interact like the prospector to get in here? What's the malfunction? What's up? What's going on? Just go back to the rear. Yeah, the repair noise is really annoying. What's up, Tech? How you doing? Alright, hop back on this. Send it back up. Oh, seriously? Do I have to hit it again for it to close? Oh, did I screw myself out of using the elevator door because I'm not in the ship anymore? Stupid. Hang on. Alright, let's see if we can cheese this a little bit. Oh, damn it. It's not big enough for me to grab onto an individual part of the ship. Alright, then we're just going to fly up like this. Almost. Oh, well. There's always another way. Once I got in, everything was responding properly, but then it decided to be difficult, so... Fine. Do it my way. Come on. Why are you being so stupid? What the hell, man? What is this crap? This has got to be the stupidest thing I've encountered today. You can't just... Alright, there it is. Man, I had to, like, roll to get into this stupid thing. Alright, I'm done with it. We're going to turn it off and we're going to destroy it. Alright.
Systems off.
Everything powered down. Alright. This dumb thing. What kind of voodoo was that? I have a bone to pick with you, sir. Uh-oh, what happened, Strife? We'll just hop out this way. Since it wants to be difficult. Time to munch this thing. You going down with the ship, right? No, sir. Not today. I did that in my mole yesterday. It was unfortunate. This thing is a monster. None of the fun part. I got a cat. You made it look so cool. It was my price range. Man, she's finicky. Gotta get to know her, my friend. Gotta get to know her. This is another... What is this? Top-down airlock? That's interesting. Didn't really plan to go through there. Hey, sorry, what's up? Yeah, you were there for that shenanigans. And then my day got a lot better because I got my rock. What about the cat, though? Strife has kind of stood out. Because maybe I can give you a little pointers. I have some ideas for next cargo run, but she's rough. And yeah, the rock's still right there. It's my hangar ornament. I should be able to position it in a way that I'll be able to eat through basically this whole ship very quickly. So let's come down to about right here. Angle up a little bit. Should be about right. Don't fly that fuel reloader ship then. That thing is a heavy beast. Yeah, definitely. A Starfare. Alright, let's power up. Double check that we've got our salvage beam set. We do. We're gonna pull it all in. Right through the ship. What's nice is we should be melting right through to the other side, too. Right, time to munch. Oh, you didn't even see the full radius of the Reclaimer beam. That was actually kind of small. Just because the ship was small. That trawler beam is insanely big. Alright. I'm gonna kind of angle... I think right about there should be fine. Should be plenty close enough. I'm still kind of getting used to where to position. It's kind of like the mole in that way. Figuring out the best way to position for the different things. But I haven't minded it. It's been pretty cool. Part integrity. 10%. Oh, because it was looking at the ship. So, power up over here. Bring out the claw. Or as I've lovingly called it, the claw. This part's just freaking cool. Bring out this distortion claw, or this like space-time field claw. And you start to build up to fracture the ship. Even more exciting when you're doing it on a much bigger ship. But one of the reasons I enjoy this is because you're basically cleanup. So now we're going to disintegrate all the debris and pull it all in as construction material. Nom nom. And it's all gone. Just like that. Retract the claw. Move on. Yeah, the sound effect is freaking awesome. Why doesn't anyone use the right turret with the tractor beam so you can reposition the ships without having to get up? Oh, that's a good point. I actually took off the tractor beam, I think. I think I'm just running trawlers and abrades. Let me actually check that before we move on to the next ship. That's a really good point. Let's power this side on. I think I took the tractor beam off, though. I'm pretty sure I did. Which, you bring up a good point as to why I might need to replace it. Oh, no, I have it. And then the trawler. You know what? We're gonna mess with that. Thank you, my friend. JS, I appreciate you. The hand loading hurts after using the ATLS with the raft, but I think I'll have to use both sides of the hangar to do it right. Small boxes on the left with big boxes on the right side. So, yeah, that is where it can get a little weird. If you go back into some of my older cat videos, especially my member rank hauling videos in the cat, you'll see how I land to better position starboard side for loading boxes in. Recently, though, I have gotten better about using the port side, too. Because you can fit all the size boxes under the catwalk. So as you get more experience, you'll be able to throw 8s, 16s, 24s, and 32s in there without much problem. Granted, if you're throwing 32s in there, keep the other side doors closed. That way the 32 doesn't slide all the way through. Because you got plenty of room to fit 2 32s per bay. But you'll get it. You'll pick it up. We'll be doing some more cat live streams and stuff as well, so I can show that off. It's a great ship. I do love it quite a bit. We're going to see if we get any other ships to spawn around this asteroid base before we look at another asteroid base. It'd be amazing if we come across a jackpot of like a friggin' Polaris or an Idris or something. Use a tractor beam on a reclaimer makes more sense than on the other 3. Yeah, I agree. You did just come across an 890. I was looking for one of those earlier. Very nice. Well, if you want some help melting that thing, just say the word. I'll pop over. Oh, here we go. We got a ship. A little Gladius. Shields up and all. Ooh, hold on. That's right. Pyro area is going to have active NPC ships. They're coming in. All power to weapons. Charging all systems. PDCs engaging. I wonder if all my PDCs will... So I got 2 dorsal PDCs. Where are the rest? Let me figure this out. Let's rotate. There we go. More PDCs are engaging. This is also why I want to upgrade my PDCs. Too bad I'm in the mole. Are you on my server, Nexa? By any chance? Nexarian? Sorry. PDCs are chewing up this guy. No, I'm actually not really doing any missions to get Rex. Kind of messing around with this. PDCs are messing up this little Mustang. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to keep trying to dogfight it. I'm just going to let my PDCs do their work. Because he's just using lasers. Hailing doesn't tend to work on my system, whoever's trying to hail me at the moment. I'm gonna go ahead and decline that. Found 2 jumps in the next belt yesterday. Wow, okay, I might need to actually just go back out there. Alright, no big ships here really worth the squeeze. Let's pop over to another asteroid base. I wonder if there's a way to tell the clusters. Let's try that one. Oh, that didn't actually save us. Cool. We do this. Oh, we're at Rab Whiskey. Let's pop out of Rab Whiskey real quick. Oh, no worries, Nexarian. That's all good. Yeah, I actually tried answering a hail at one point, but my mic setup was probably not correct or whatever. It just wasn't going through. Yeah, I'm on Asia Pacific Southeast Shard 30. I don't know if you know which one you're on, because I wouldn't mind popping over to grab that. Alright, let's see. We'll head over here. If you use this input, oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, if you put this input into the game, when you bring up the command console with the tilde key, it will allow you to see all of your shard info for anybody who's curious. And let's see. Did you just take an investigation mission, like a missing persons mission, to come across it while mining? That's how I found an 890. See how fruitful this is. The server seems to have maybe been dead for a while, which is why I was hoping it would also yield more derelict ships for us to encounter. It's slightly repopulating. It's up to 80 people. When I joined, it was at like 48. So there's a little itty bit of growth happening. Oh yeah, I bet you wouldn't be. I was several hundred kilometers away from one of those mission points when I stumbled across one. I just wish that they spawned with some goods. It'd be kind of cool if there was a bit more put into that. Like the derelict 890s have loot on them, or cargo on them, like special weapons, or like smuggled goods. Yeah, and Kobus, that came up in the 4.2 PTU when we were, or sorry, in the 4.5 PTU, geez. Sorry, 4.4 as well, but they fixed it before it went live. And unfortunately, with this one, it still has that annoying fact that you have to zoom out a little bit before you can get going anywhere. Where the heck did we end up? Wait, is that... That's a structure. Okay, so this... We just ended up stopping, like, right next to an asteroid base. New player here. How do you identify which ships are salvageable? So you have to basically go up and maybe scan the ship to see if it's player owned. Like if there's actually a player attached to it, a username. If it just says game rules or there's no info at all, it's likely just an abandoned ship. And at that point, it's up to your discretion as to whether or not you want to salvage it. Oh boy. Oh boy. I was a lot closer to that rock than I thought I was. Let's avoid power plant failure. Hold up. Why? What do you mean power plant failure? Hang on. EM signature is dropping. Power plant's fine. What the hell?
Weapon system. Shields off. Shields off. Weapon systems. Weapon Weapon systems online. Systems critical.
Sorry guys, just going through a little diagnostic power reset. Okay, power plant is online. Coolers are online. Systems appear to be in the green. I just had to go into a bit of a diagnostic mode there because that was really weird. And yeah, the front elevator is really small in this ship, 100%. It's funny that in a virtual world, the first step is to turn it off and on again. You're so right. If that's one thing that has been simulated correctly in this universe, it is the turn it off and on again trick. Power cycle and reset your pips. Alright. Scanner mode activated. Let's get moving. Let's see if we can find any signatures anywhere near this place. I'm using my sonar pings to see what's right in front of me because we're in a pretty dusty part. Doesn't appear like this cluster of rocks has got any goodies around it. I was just kind of alarmed to see a power plant failure indicator. I was like, hold up. Whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean? Oh, wow. I just realized that's a massive cavity from a mining drill. That is too cool. Now we know that engineering works. Yep. Exactly. Alright, so I think this is a dead area. I wonder if maybe taking like a bounty contract might put us somewhere near goodies. Or maybe we'll take one of these and see if it puts us somewhere where player ships might also be. Because the salvage spawn might be in good areas for derelict player ships. So we're kind of fishing, you know, honestly. We're looking around to see if there's anything good. Kind of experimenting a little bit, because it's been a little bit more difficult to find derelict player ships since 4.5 dropped, for sure. I mean, AT pointed that out earlier. What's up, Krillin? Oh. Without the traditional soft death, hard death mechanics, a lot of the ships that end up dying might have just ended up going critical and exploding, so they're not laying around to easily salvage. Also, thanks everybody for following from YouTube and Twitch. C-Note, Midgards, Pydas, Deadeye, Katana, and Keen Odin. Or Keen Odin, depending on how you say it. Love it. Now, I gotta ask, I know this has to be the case, but Kuririn, your name is obviously for what I think it is, right? I love how you did that. Mad respect to our favorite little bald monk. 15 centuries to get out of atmosphere. Yeah. What are you in? I might, after this, bedlog and see if Nexarian or some other folks are in a decent server that I can go check out. So that's our salvage claim. But I'm not as interested in that as I am in what other goodies might be lurking out here. Reclaimer. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, as a college nickname? Hell yeah. Well, that might be good. I would find it endearing. Mad respect for Krillin. Don't forget to grab your Luminalia freebies, guys. Yep, good call out, Commander Jackal. Appreciate it. I'm in a higher pop server that feels smooth right now. Nice, nice. Yeah, it may be time to bedlog and server hop, because this server is like beyond fun dead. It's like super dead. Haven't really stumbled across anything. Yeah, Corel 1, anytime that I lived or worked in Stanton, Corel 1 is actually where I would set up shop. You got good taste. Corel 1 was always my spot. I hear that the ship's refinery got hit pretty hard as far as what's available there, because Corel 1 used to have like anything you could imagine you needed, you could get at Corel 1 for the most part. But apparently that's not the case anymore, which kind of makes me sad. Alright, we're going to let the ship continue to slow down, and we're going to go bedlog and hop into a different server. What do I do with the day 13 reward? I don't remember what that is. Is that the little lit up Copion light? I think it's kind of like a figurine you can put on your ship, like the bobbleheads and the flags. I think. Does it make any difference to increase the radar radius more than 5 kilometers? I actually don't know. Oh, I still need to mess with that to see about radar ranges, because I'm used to the degrees of the arc, but not actual range increase. Oh, interesting. Not necessarily. So, if a funny thing happened to me, I was out, I bedlogged in my Reclaimer, but my C2 was there next to me on one of my previous live streams, I think 2 streams ago. And I was doing that as a test to see if when I logged back in, if both ships would be there persistently. But when I logged in, only my Reclaimer was there. I thought my C2 was going to be in a claim status. My C2 was back at Levski stored. So I don't think it's because somebody stole it. Extra challenge is to have the Copion light on your ship dashboard. Yeah, I need to actually see if that is at my main base now. Alright, let's see. I want to check out what server. That's a thick server, damn. Might be worth going into, though. I'm going to try it. I'm going to join you, Nexarian. I don't know if you're anywhere near that 890 still. No problem if you're not. So I don't know, Paragon, if that exact... Hang on, I'm going to read a little bit more. To increase the range of it, doesn't affect the system, only expands the picture of what radar shows you. Okay. Like the actual physical radar in the ship. Gotcha. I put my C2 way out in a random spot in space, and I ulted forward, and it fixed the marker position. Okay, that might be worth trying then, actually. If it actually put the ship, you know, in the Levski hangar, then that might be a little different. But yeah, it might be worth it. Alt F4 has fixed many a bug for me in the game, for sure. From audio bugs to like your nav map disappearing, your heads up display disappearing, Alt F4 has fixed a lot of that. You just got to make sure you log right back into the same shard, and everything should be resynchronized for you. That's really weird, Grillen. I have not seen that exact issue. I'll keep my eyes open for it. I still would maybe try the Alt F4 in that case, because it might be a location marker problem. And it might fix when you come back in. And yeah, I know. From people basically pranking folks to hit Alt F4 to close their game to using it as a troubleshoot way to fix stuff is kind of a funny full circle moment in a lot of ways. Alright, let's hit our map and head back towards Nyx. Let's see, F and up, no. Yeah, I'll put that out to 60 kilometers. Okay, I see. That's really cool. I didn't know about that. Yeah, I definitely want that out to 60 kilometers, so that way I can pick up objects on the visual radar. Wow, that's a new thing. I didn't know. It's another wonderful reason to have the community. In the area, but not near it. That's cool. I should be able to find it. If not, it's all good. I can keep on moving. But we'll head back into Nyx and see what we can find over there. Pyro is about as dry as Nyx is right now, especially with the lack of salvage missions. The only other possible option would be to like munch on smaller ships, taking like the small bounty stuff, but I don't really care to do that. Maybe we'll hover. Oh, we can also check the gateways. Nix and Stanton Gateway to see if there's any dead ships kind of like floating around out there. I strangely miss box missions. They still have them, right? The regular delivery missions? Might have to do those for fun one day. Just... Damn, what were they? They're not here, but there were some good delivery missions that I was seeing pop up. Oh, I can kind of show you guys what I was talking about before, too. So, like right here, bam, there you go. That's an impossible mission. You can't do that Redwind mission because it's all going to potential wildlife habitats that you can't actually drop off to, which is really, really annoying. That one's got a potential wildlife habitat. That one's got a potential wildlife habitat. So, it's frustrating. You got to find the ones that don't. Like, this isn't a bad mission. Rat's Nest and Stanton Gateway back to Ruin Station. Just got to be careful taking too many of these because the elevators will only register one of your missions and it'll eat the rest, which is really, really dumb. This one's not bad too. Endgame Stanton and Megumi back to Ruin Station. The grind with Redwind line haul out of Pyro is a frustrating one. And then Ling Family is still rookie. Redwind's still rookie. And I actually haven't unlocked Dead Saints in the live build yet. I need to. Wait, what do you think about the salvage loot? You used to do only salvage or scavenge the parts too? I love doing it all, really. Like, so my favorite part about salvage, which I haven't been able to really experience as much in this patch because finding player ships has been more rare, is actually sort of that treasure hunt aspect. Like, I don't go for a specific salvage mission. I go to popular places where a lot of player ships might be and salvage those. Another option, like doing it out of Pyro, for example, is to go to a low-pop server and go down to one of the popular player spots. Now, it's very risky. Last time I did this, my Reclaimer got one-tapped by what felt like an Idris railgun, but going down to, like, Shepherd's Rest or Chala Beach or something, and you have a bunch of, like, dead player ships down there, and you can loot and salvage them. I like that aspect. I like recovering things from player ships like Shiv weapons or high-grade components, weapons, more than just kind of scraping, munching, and moving on. But I also do that. Like, I'll go down or over to whatever player ship I see, take all the goodies off of it, then I'll salvage it, munch it, and completely get rid of it. There aren't box missions where you have to fly to deliver anymore. Oh, man. Yeah, that was one of the original missions that I did back in the day. Taking, like, the little Kovalex box from one area to another, dropping it off in the little machine. Haha. Gives you a good excuse to give this thing a try. Yeah, it definitely has the most, I think, intimidating, kind of crazy, badass structural look to any other ship I've seen in the game. Definitely get the Nostromo vibes, as well as the vibes of the ship from Prometheus, which I think, honestly, I feel that a little bit more. But I love this thing. This is cool. I'm quickly falling in love with this ship, with the very brief amount of time I've had with it, because I bought it recently. I first used it when I stumbled across that 890 jump in one of my previous live streams, and just walking around flying with it, I was like, oh man, this isn't good. I'm falling in love with this ship. This is just such a cool ship. That's why I get really excited about the Arastra and some other large industrial ships, because it gives me the idea of flying the Reclaimer. Kind of gives me an idea of what I would expect flying the Arastra is going to be like, because the Arastra is damn near a Reclaimer equivalent for mining. All right, we're doing our little hockey stop here, trying to at least. Damn. All right, we'll use the SCM to try to correct ourselves again. There we go. Let's crack it open. Love when Invisible Polaris is sitting at my docking port and appears as I pull up, giving me a crime stat. Wow! No way! Damn. Sorry to hear that, man. That's really shitty. Enjoy your stream. New player here. What earphones do you use? So these You should also be able to find what they're called in the description of this live stream and my other YouTube videos, but these are the Linsoul Kiwi ear Aethers. They're an in-ear monitor that I picked up, and I like them. They're pretty cool. They don't quite have the depth of bass that like a proper set of headphones will give you, but they're really good. Sound awareness, like where things are coming from and all, is really nice. I've enjoyed them, and it's also a little bit lighter on the head when you're, you know, wearing them for really long periods of time. Not quite as uncomfortable as a headset might get. They have to add bigger rocks for the Erastra. Yeah, I mean, honestly, some of the planet side rocks are big enough that'll actually make sense for the Erastra. Me and Captain Kuza came across several 70, 90, and 100K rocks the other day that even the two of our moles together were struggling with big time. But I agree. I hope that we get some massive space-bound asteroids. Like, the highest I typically see in space so far in this patch in Nyx was 28K. I want to see some real big ones, like several 100K on the mass side. You guys aren't fans of the wormhole travel? Is that what I'm picking up? I know out in Nyx we should be getting some pretty good stuff. And Xarian, if you don't mind, I'd like to shoot you a party invite so I can quantum over to you. See if I can stumble across some goodies out there. Sweet. I actually really enjoy the wormhole travel. It's epic as hell. Alright, setting course. Thank you, my friend. I look forward to the evolution of the wormholes because eventually we're supposed to get other ways to get in and out. Secret entrances, maybe some shortcuts, maybe some better jump drives that shorten the amount of time it takes to get through. That last part I just made up as an idea, but like the other exits and entrance, like stealth ways in and out and stuff, that's been talked about by the devs. So I mean, I don't know if we're gonna get a wormhole update in 2026. That'd be kind of cool. Take the extreme absurdly bright white out and I'm much happier. You mean the Reclaimer's light? Or... oh no, the really bright washed out lights in the wormhole? I could see that. Oh man. So when do we think, guys? I've heard a lot of people thinking that the Erastra is coming out in 26. Do you think it's IAE or do you think we're gonna get real lucky it'll be Invictus?
Quantum travel complete.
I can see that though. Yeah, particles being tuned down a little bit probably be a good idea. Xarian, if you come across any rocks that you really, really want but are a little bit too big for one laser, let me know. I'll come by and man that second laser for you since I'm out here. It's the least I can do to repay you for help me get into the belt over here. Maybe, because I mean the Ironclad freight's likely going to be coming out during the Drake portion of Invictus, so I don't know. And that's also a good point, Jackal. I mean, the devs have already said, especially the ship design team, that they don't want to bring out ships that don't have their game loop in use yet. So if a big part of that is refinery, then I can see why they would not bring it out yet. That's a 6,000 panel setup. I don't really care to go for panels. If you guys really want to see me go for panels, I can, but... it's kind of small fish. I don't know, Nexarian, if you kind of know the general direction the 890 was in, like compared to maybe Warlevsky or the other gateways and all were. Maybe we get Squadron 42 for Invictus. That'd be kind of nuts. With the Ironclad, we need something that can rival the C2 in terms of freight. The C2? You mean the whole sea? There's a real big difference. Alright. I'll head your way. The C2 being at like just about 700 SCU versus the Ironclad at 2200. Alright, heading your general direction, making sure I don't end up crashing into you. At 11 kilometers and closing. Yeah, the Ironclad freight is going to have 2,204 SCU of cargo. I think the Assault's going to be around 1,400. She's a real big girl. Pointing in the general direction. Okay. All right. Awesome. I see that beautiful mole. I'm gonna come down here and change my orientation and head that way. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. I gotta aim up a little bit. Kind of more this way. Yeah, the Assault Dragonauts is supposed to have the vehicle repair stuff. Alright, so we are going to just kind of aim this general direction and look at all signatures we come across. If we don't find it, it is all good. I think a 400 meters per second cruise is probably a good speed, so we have time to rotate and look at anything that pops up. About 20 degrees to the right? Okay. Sort of correct this way. $12,000 panel section. Well, big cargo energy. I want to put ships in my ships and hold cargo. Yep, that's another reason I'm excited for the Ironclad. $20,000, that's a lot of panels. Yeah, it sounds good, Xarian, don't mind. If we find it, we find it. That's a good question. We'll have to do that test at some point. About 50 kilometers away. What's up, Felix? How you doing? Maybe Felix? Is that what you went? Is that what you're going for there? Gundam, what's up? Wondering if we'll see the whole D&E coming this year since they revised the cargo stats. I think that because of the revision to the cargo stats, that those ships are not as far away as some people might think. But as to when they're going to come out, I think that's kind of tough to say. So I think we actually found the edge of the belt. So I definitely don't think I went the right way. Because we're actually coming up into empty space here. We found the top of it. That's kind of cool. Let's head back down this way. Well, the D&E got a pretty big revision because of that reason. So instead of their original sizes now, they're down to 7K and 12K respectively for the D&E. I do think personally that they should double the SKU count for them. I think that the D should be closer to 12 to 14K, and I think the E should be closer to 18 to like 22K versus 7 and 12. But I think the fact that they're changing them is a good indicator that they are getting some love. I don't think they're as far off as they might have been originally. I don't think they're as far off now as the Orion or the Endeavor are. I think those are very much so concept ships, but I could see the whole D&E being late 26, early 27 sort of ships. Yeah, I could use the Vandal Text Smuggler missions on this server. There might be a bit more people around. I think I found a rather dead part of this belt. We got there 1850. 1850. Mostly just want to make sure that I keep my signature or my velocity indicator avoiding any large objects. Funny thing with space, man, is it's so vast that the slightest change to your angle of approach can set you aside many tens to hundreds of kilometers. What's up, Mon? Good evening, mate. Your camera is kind of unfocused. Oh, did it mess up? Let's see if we can fix that. Wake it up a little bit. Thanks for the call out. I appreciate it. Hopefully that's a little better. I bought an E on the org concept sale, still have it. Ah. Yeah, I do hope that they get a bit more. I hope that they jump up. At least, I think around double would be a really good number for them. And I do agree with that as well, that, you know, back to the game loop discussion, the hauling loop's already in. So I said this, I think, on my last live stream, but this is my prediction. You guys know that we have the interstellar missions that are locked to rookie, aside from the Kovalex one, so that's an outlier. But that notwithstanding, like Ling Family, Red Wind, and Dead Saints, they are rookie locked. I suspect the whole D and a whole E might actually come with the upper rank missions for interstellar hauling. That might be part of their refactor, part of the overall plan to make sure that there's a reason to have the D&E with the interstellar missions. So I think that by the time we get to maybe experienced or senior or master rank interstellar missions in the game, they'll probably bring the bigger whole D or maybe even both in. That's my guess. Let me know what you guys think. Let's actually try. Oh, interesting. I can't, ooh. Wait a minute. Is that intersect rep actually affected by abandoning missions? No, it's not. So I should be able to get one of those. Weird. Okay. I got no QV station missions available. Maybe they're on a timer. Let's try. Actually, you know what I might... Well, okay, we'll do this first. we'll try going to this missing persons mission to see if we find any player ships around it. And then we'll try going to the gateways to see if there's anything derelict out there messing around. Yeah, and I bet, you know, considering the D&E, they're probably going to want to tailor the upper rank interstellar missions to something that actually matters. Which is also why I strongly think that those really big payout missions, the $700,000+ or AUEC missions we had in interstellar hauling before, I think they're going to come back through the interstellar refactor with Ling, Red Wind, all that stuff as we get up to experienced and beyond. So I think we'll see a return of those and probably a reason for them to bring in the bigger ships. Yeah, base and station building, though, is a whole different monster. I honestly can't picture something too different from what we have in, like, No Man's Sky in that regard. That's what comes to mind for me. Which, honestly, that's a really fun part of No Man's Sky, even if it is a bit cartoony. I'm wondering how the experience will translate. I've seen some of the demo play, you know, that they've showed us all through, like, Star Citizen Live or the sitcom stuff, but that's about it. I don't know. I don't think base building is going to wait till 1.0. But granted, 1.0 is not like a fixed point in time because you can have like an infinite amount of dot releases before 1.0 ever comes out. I think it'll hit the verse for mass testing before 1.0 release, though. Because I feel like you're going to want to have that as a pretty fleshed out system. It's kind of a big deal. So I think that it will be out. Ooh. Immediate contacts? But nothing else. Alright. Huh. Is that because of my radar size that those popped up? I'm very curious now. I've got no ship icons on radar. No Man's Sky has really evolved over the years. Go back from time to time. You can build your own modular Corvette in No Man's Sky now that your friends can spawn in and crew. That's really cool. Last time I was in, you couldn't quite do that, but it had gotten to be pretty impressive with all the stuff you could craft. What's up, Void? How you doing? Alright, still no player ships in sight. Haven't got to a point where I'm seeing any scannables either. There we go, 1850, so we're starting to get a couple of asteroids to pop up. 14,000 panel spot. Let's see, what else is out here? More asteroids. It's a debris field of panels. There they are. 1750 P-type asteroid. Bit more of a dense region than the last one we were in. All right, let's go to Stanton Gateway. Pretty good. Work on the original ASD missions. Want to get my rep for Wiggalo before the wipe. Yeah, there you go. Not a bad strategy to be able to get your hands on some better stuff. I wonder if the wipe will include favors or script or any of that. That'd be a little unfortunate if that was the case. Robus, you mean the newer, except not really new, Avatar Last Airbender stuff on Netflix, or you mean like Avatar, like James Cameron's Avatar stuff? If you guys haven't seen it, though the M. Night Shyamalan rendition of Avatar was atrocious in every way possible you could imagine, I don't know if it's still on Netflix, so I apologize if it's not. But if you get the chance to watch The Last Airbender on Netflix, incredible. Oh my god, it's probably one of the best live adaptations of an animation that I've grown up loving, that I've seen in a long time. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Blue Cat Xeno's that. Yeah, I haven't. I've only seen the original. I really, 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 really hope. There's no reason I could imagine, honestly, Nexarian, that the wipe would include rep. I really hope it doesn't. The full wipe, I'd imagine, is going to include... as of right now, the official rumor is a money wipe, but I could see it including in-game bot ships, too, because everyone's got all the ships they want at this point. At least anybody who's been sharing in the billions of revenue that's gone around. I expect full wipe of components, all in-game bot components, ships, and money. Rep? I don't think so. God, I hope not. I mean, I can get through all the rep again. I do it a lot in the PTU, but man, that would suck. And yeah, I can understand that. UEC and any assets. Rep might be if they do a small rework change, which I could see. Yeah, because apparently there's some weird stuff going on with Headhunter's rep now, thanks to Hayatsune pulling it out.
Quantum fuel at 25%.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait to see Toph in Season 2. Holy shit, yes. Alright, so it's an original, it's still there. Yeah, if any of you guys enjoyed the Avatar: The Last Airbender anime growing up, definitely recommend the Netflix original. They put respect on that show. They did. From pronouncing their names correctly to a more accurate representation of how they bend the elements versus that weird dance crap that Shyamalan did way too much of. Had to do like a whole frickin' Shaolin kata before you bend an element, which is really stupid. And another quick aside that really drove me crazy is that in Shyamalan's rendition of Avatar, they had to have a source of fire present to bend the element, whereas in the show and in the Netflix series, they don't. They can create it like they're supposed to. Anyways, that aside. Ship wipe too, but I got mine legit. Yeah, unfortunately, because of... this is why duping has consequences, from duping Janelite to printing billions of credits. Since there's so much money that's been flowing around and people have been able to buy just all these crazy ships, they're probably going to do a full reset of in-game bot ships and money and components. I can tell you that all guns, ammo, systems components, all of that, not ammo. Ammo was a stupid thing to say. All guns and ship components are going to get reset as well. What is that, a Zeus? That's in the, probably in the armistice zone though. Can't do anything there. Anything else flying around out here? Last full wipe. Yeah, when was the last full wipe? Good to see you, Timmy. I can't remember. It's been a few years, I want to say, before or since there was like a really decent wipe. Yeah, it's coming with the first iteration of crafting, the full wipe, which is actually predicted to be as early as 4.6. So, unconfirmed hearsay. This is no official information I've gotten from any official sources. But the rumors be that with the introduction of crafting, slated to first appear in 4.6 or 4.7, expect the wipe. I'm not Evo or anything or privy to any kind of special information. These are just the rumors I hear in the channels. That's a docked vessel, whatever that is, or something. Yeah, nothing really out here. Bummer. Let's check over closer to the gateway. These should all just be turrets. March probably makes sense if that's a 4.7 or 4.8 release, I would guess. Yeah, ship spot and game should be going away as well. Yeah, the only thing that should remain are pledged items pledged armor, pledged ships, pledged weapons. So don't be too attached to all your other stuff. Okay, that is a player ship that is on the move. They are moving really fast. We got full velocities and everything. What about this one? Yep, they are moving as well, heading to the gate. Ooh. That is definitely a moving Polaris. They're all cooking toward the gateway. Alright. There we go. We got another QV station mission, so let's go ahead and head that way. I'll grind it out again. I'm not scared. Yes, sir. That's my mentality as well.
Deacon Tobin here again. Intersect appreciates your help, but we're hoping to get the latest intel on who the Shattered Blade are selling to. Head out to their storage site and upload the decrypted data package you find. Don't be surprised if the Vandal is still interested in them too.
All right. We're in Quantum. Gonna go ahead and drop the mission. So I've always said ship pledges or starting ship DLC for SC. There you go. I'm trying to set up my VKBs right now. Why is your throttle on your right stick? It's not. You might have to flip the key bindings. There's a command for it. Shoot, what was it, guys? Does anybody know the console command to swap? My throttle is definitely my left stick. My everything else, my pitch and all my weapons is my right stick. So it should be opposite to whatever was loaded in. There's a command code or console command you can put in. Probably can Google it as well for like stick to stick change to swap. There it is. Caboose got it in chat right there. PP, resort devices, joystick 1, 2. Thank you. And I will put that into the chat so it should pop. Control copy, control paste. There you go. So if you put that in the game command window, it should swap the order of the sticks. All right, let's see if we get lucky here. Yeah, I'm curious about the blueprint setup too. I've started hearing about that as well. I've got a Connie over there, shields up. Good chance that that is not... Sorry, I'm getting a change in music, so I'm just preparing for the worst here. Can I scan it yet, or is that on the other side of the station? I just went into defense mode. Gotta get those shields up just in case. What's up, Boondock? Weird. I got a crime stat 2 days ago and logged off. I'm still in prison. Does the time still count offline? It shouldn't. It should be cooling off while you're off the game for sure. That's kind of crazy. Unless you had like an insanely high crime countdown. Yeah, that Connie is not moving. It's got normal signatures. We're gonna see what's up. We're going to scan it. Let me actually go ahead and give it a shot now. Let's see. Oh. Might not be able to read it behind station. Oh, there we go. It's a Phoenix, of all things. What the hell's a Phoenix doing out here? I don't have any player names on board. It's in SEM mode. Oh, I wish I could take the components off of it. It's got an XL1 and a JS400. Curse you, Star-Citizen. We'll take a peek and see. See, that's the treasure hunting. If it had physicalized components, oh my god, I would be like through the moon right now, because that is the exact kind of excitement that I get from salvage and recovery ops. It's on the pad. We'll see if we can get into it. It doesn't show as registered to a player right now. What else is up here? Little bike. Is that a Best in Show livery? Oh, that's not what I wanted to scan. Damn it. So, yeah, again, it's not saying game rules. Targa shield. Oh, yeah, that's right. It does have a freaking PDC. It's got some shredder cannons on it. No cargo. Okay. Well, alright, let's see. How big are we? Can we get a little closer? About as close as I really want to mess with right now. Shields are full. Do a little wiggle to actually stop the ship completely. Right. Yeah, we're gonna investigate. This is the part of salvage recovery I really love. This is the fun treasure hunting side. If it's currently player owned, it should say the player gamer tag, right? Player name, because I definitely don't want to fuck with somebody's stuff that's actively playing. That's not who I am. That becomes piracy. Damn, Lucky, I don't know. I don't really have a whole lot of experience to troubleshoot that with you. Might be a good idea to head into Arena Commander and mess around with some things. I think it says unknown or game rules. Yeah, it says unknown currently. It's just kind of what I'm operating on. It's a nice looking Connie. It's a Phoenix, of course. I don't think it'll give me access unless I shoot at it. The ballistic should go through the shields at least. There we go. And then repair it to close it. All right. This is the elevator? I haven't been in a Phoenix, so this is a little different to me. It's not a normal cargo bay. Huh. Let me get this. I don't know if that'll bring the elevator down or not. No, so the player can just claim the vessel and get all their stuff back that might have been taken. I don't know if shooting an elevator will actually cause it to drop or not. I've never messed with that before. Whoop, something's happening. Okay, yep. Okay, interesting. No power. Alright. Now let's see. That went from working to no power, so... Very curious. Very, very curious. Alright, where is the button to actuate this door? Damn, do I have to shoot it open again? Trial and error, my friends. Alright, we're opening. Very slowly. We're going to try a different method. That's a bit more resilient than the cargo bay, which is interesting. Time to get the mole another shot. There you go. Alright. I hear it. And we'll repair it to get back up. There we go. Configuration. Shields down. Coolers and power plants and everything offline. Weapons down. And maybe we'll leave the power plant on. Let's give it a little reset there. Life support offline, that's fine, I don't care about that. Good afternoon, Alex. Yep. Using the, oh yeah, it's the fancy one. Using the repair tool to get back up is a pretty sweet way to keep moving. Let's see what we got in storage. Nothing, so... Oh, there we go. There's some fuses in RMC. Typically, they'll be in each one. It's a good way to stock up. Alright. Let's go ahead and unlock all to see what we have access to. I do have a question to ask. Is selling recycled material even worth it? And if so, is it better to hoard a bunch of recycled material and sell it all off, or just keep it all? So, recycled material is still pretty low on the value charts, unfortunately. Like 5,500 AOEC per SCU. Construction materials are definitely the better way to go. However... Oh, wow, there's no fuse in here. Interesting. Worth it, I think, is really up to you. It's... Okay, nothing in here that's super obvious. I'm the kind of person that I will basically collect everything and sell it all regardless, because, again, also, I enjoy more the gameplay than strictly being in it for the revenue. But I think a lot of people stick to basically just doing the recycled material. Or, sorry, the construction material. Okay, so... No access to the actual components, it looks like, which is what I expected, given that it's a Connie and hasn't gotten the full physical pass. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, hold on. Let me go unlock ports, because I think that was something. We might be able to actually get some things. Ship ports unlocked. Okay. Hot tub area. Okay, villain. Thank you. Thank you. Dead Wake the Pirate. I just saw that evolved. No! This is not piracy. This is salvage and recovery. Okay. Okay. Hot tub area. Aha! Oh my god. Wait a minute. Can't interact with them. Shit. So they're here, you just can't. Ah, that's a bummer. How many components are in the nacelles? Is there a way to actually access them? Do I have to damage the ship? This one's got some good components on it. Shoot him and torch the ship. Hang on, let's see something. Yeah, see, these don't even register apart from the ship. Alright, I think I'll maybe try fracturing the Connie and see if that does anything. Motherfucker. Part of the ship, part of the crew. Pilot seat, then unlock the ports. I did that. Already did that. Pilot seat powered down, ship ports are unlocked. Here, let me try.
Engines are on. Takeoff complete.
Let me get off the pad so we have some EVA capability here. Not dealing with gravity. Come to a full stop. Engines off.
Engines are off.
Power down. Hang on, let me see this. Ship ports unlocked.
System off.
Full systems offline. Alright. So we're actually at a QV station, one of the Van Duel stations. That's the area we're in. Alright, I wanted to see if I could... No, I'm not going to be able to use that. Is there any other way off the ship? Self-destruct probably is a good way. Oh, you know what I could do? This is one way off the ship. Yo, Tolas. Actually, I don't think I have come across that.
Your adventure, courtesy
Okay.
of Kruger Intergalactic. Systems active.
How to undock.
Error. Landing already in progress.
Yeah, Alt-N just gave me the communication with the station here. Can I interact with my own ship here, maybe?
Begin launch sequence.
There it is.
Engine system active.
Beautiful. Alright.
Docking launch sequence. Successful.
Alright. That got us out of the damn thing. Good stuff. This is a fun ship to fly. I've got a lot of time in the Merlin from the racing gameplay. Okay. All right. This is the Crusader skin. Never mind. I see. Wait, are these?
Time limit exceeded. Landing revoked.
Oh, yeah, this isn't the Andromeda. Sorry, I just saw that comment. No, this is the Phoenix. This is the fancy people mover. Which is a gameplay I'm actually excited to get into. Alright, we're going to go ahead and eat this thing up. You're right, those are the VTOLs. Thank you. Elevator to the cargo deck, not working. I'm on Sal 2. Goods lifts have a max limit of 120 SU, yet the mission has given me 160. Lift won't take it all. All 3 lifts. So, okay, so Tolas, split it. Oh, yeah, actually, I just saw your comment. Split the stack. Yes, I was going to say, split it, split it, split it. There you go. Don't feel too bad, because it was actually a while before I realized that you could split the stack. Even as much hauling as I do. Yeah, well, the, I don't know if the size 3 comment was targeted at, but the Connie's got size 2s, which is why I was excited. JS400 as well as XL1 Quantum Drive. I was trying to see if there was a way to get to it. Some ships, like the Shiv, they're like in the ship. If you hard death it, you can get the components, but I don't think the Connie's had that quality. But that's what I was going to do. I was going to try fracturing the vessel to see if the components would be released. Add that to the weird ships at QV stations. It does have a PDC. What am I doing? Going the wrong way. It's got the one PDC on the back, which is interesting. Oh yeah, Blue Hells, always. I love upgrading my ship's components. The only thing is I could upgrade here on this ship. Come on, give me the elevator. What's going on? What's up with my Reclaimer? I'm gonna have to enter from the outside. Wait, it's saying I'm in private property. This is my Reclaimer. What do you mean private property? Unless private property is the general area of the QV station. So, Robert, what's, what exactly is happening for you there? Poke Citizen for the win, yep. Alright, we're gonna try going through the main elevator that I left the Reclaimer in. Are you in the autoload box? Are you doing a cargo mission? Or are you doing trading, like commodity stuff? I need a bit more details. Okay, where is the damn elevator at? That's right, there it is. So it should appear kind of down here, right? Trying to get to the elevator button. I should have not retracted it. Maybe I actually, since I'm EVAing, I need to go up to the door to hit it. There it is. Haha! I knew I just had to get to a certain point. Good stuff. There it comes. Oh, there is a ladder down to the bridge, isn't there? Got it to spawn. Took a while. Okay. Yeah, very true on the Reclaimer. I've got the TS2 quantum drive in it. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing I was able to change because the cooler, power plant, and shield are all size 4 bespoke. Oh, NDB30 is nice. I don't know if I'd say it's worth pledging for. I'll leave that to some of my guys in the chat that actually pledged this. I bought this in-game, and I do love it. I think it's really a kick-ass ship. Finding ships the way I did in 4.4 is not working out quite the same way, but it is a lot of fun. I haven't even pledged the whole sea. Alright, so what's up with this elevator? Why is it acting stupid? Whoop. Okay, now you work. So it's just this button up here that's not working? Okay. The majority of this stream is just troubleshooting the ships that we're interacting with. Alright, yeah, no, this is functioning, but the send elevator button there decided it wasn't. I love the Reclaimer and pledged for it, but I CC'd it and got it half price. Oh, nice. I think that once the Reclaimer gets its gold standard love, that it'll be a fantastic ship. I already think it's a lot of fun. Would I pledge it? I don't really think that that's something I... Okay, power plant failure again. We already know the drill. Off and on again. And she's back. I think pledging a ship is a very personal thing. Alright. Where are you, Connie? Okay. Let's hold off about right there. Let's eat this thing. I got a few long game CCUs for some vehicles I didn't see myself ever using. Reclaimer is one of those small jump options I can go from there. Nice, okay, that makes sense. My personal tank. Pledged ships have lifetime warranties, so I pledge for things that will be hard to replace in game. Fair point. Fair point. Random crime stat when logging in. Blue Hells, that is strange. I do not know, actually. Okay, what is a problem here? Ah, that is the problem. Wow. So many things are offline right now. Let's bump that back up. Kick that down a bit. Okay. Now we should be good. Let's hit it. What? Is it too far? Let's bring it in a bit. Let's hold it there. Let it rebound. Sleepwalking and stealing ships, obviously. Yeah, there you go. It shouldn't be. I have this thing completely powered down. Shields and all. This is some weird shit, man. I had completely powered down that Connie. Let's see what it says if I try to fracture it. Not allowed to touch the fancy ship. Yeah, that's what it seems to be. Alright, that's fine. I'm gonna point the damn claw at it and see what happens. I love the trawler head. I have a braid as well, but I absolutely love the trawler. The trawler can reach things the braids can't. So sometimes it's good to go over it within a braid, then hit it with the trawler as well. Alright, let's see what it tells me when I try to hit the claw. If there's any weird power signature readings that are still on this thing, it shouldn't be. Yeah, it says power on. But, oh, wait, hang on. It's letting me fracture. Oh, power on the P72 Archimedes. Alright, yeah, we're fracturing, which is fine. Can't yank the power gen out of the Connie. It's not physicalized. If you love the ship and would hate to lose it in a wipe, and it's worth the pledge. That's another good point. Fracture complete. Alright. Let's go ahead and down the hatch. A braid and trawler. Those are the two that I like. On the Salvation, at least in 4.4, and on my Vulture, I do a trawler left, a braid right as my combo. I don't ever really use the cinch. But I have trawlers and a braids on my Reclaimer as well. There you go, AT. Yep. Just spawn and look at it. Well, at least we've managed to at least munch on 2 different ships today. Alright. The claw has done its job. All that will be left is the little Archimedes. I don't think there's going to be any other ships in these parts, but we can check the other area of the QV station to see. This is the main area where you come in. There is also the other area, which I think is around that way. What else did I just lock onto? I think the Archimedes. Pretty sure. Yeah. Quit smoking and put the money into SE. There you go. That's a good way to think about it too. All the mobile games and crap, like Battle Pass type stuff, all the gacha games where you're like putting real money into in-game money to buy things on your phone. If you actually think, like, I did this with Clash of Clans years ago when I was in the Navy. Clash of Clans is probably one of the most played games that I had. And when I factored in all the money I spent on those freaking gems over the years that I had played Clash of Clans, it was in excess of a couple $1,000s. Which is insane to me. I would much rather go back in time, pull that, like, 15 to 2100, whatever it was, and throw it into Star Citizen and have ships. So this is the other area where you go into the station, and I do not see any ships. Alright. Yeah, I had a lot of wasted money while I was in the Navy. Because you don't think about it. You're buying gems to the tune of, you know, maybe 10, 15, $20 at a time. Over time, it adds up. Big time. Yeah, rookie number. See, you guys are making me feel better. Some people do drugs, some people buy Star Citizen ships. Hell yeah. I think that's the lesser of the evils, personally. Let's hit another one. Cool. Another one spawned. This might be the way to do it, man. This might be the way to do it. We got unlucky that the only 2 ships we found of these were... well, I think finding the quad's pretty cool. That's going to be my get around my XL hangar bike.
Back up for another mission.
And then we found a non-physicalized Connie.
So the Navy wants to keep their data as current
but
as possible.
Let's try a
Back
couple
to the
more
storage
of these if we can.
unuploaded again.
Uh-oh.
Just be ready to encounter hostiles, human and otherwise. Dismissed.
And it seems that abandoning it while you're in Quantum on the way prevents the spawn of the Vanduul ships when you get there, if you don't want to encounter the actual combat side of things. I'm going to need a refuel soon. We did all the traveling in this thing that we're down to 1.8 units of fuel. some thousands in League. Yeah, see, we're all, I found Perseus and Polaris at the QV. Works great. Hell yeah. Thank you for kind of talking me back into doing this. Because that's really what I want to find out here are some of those bigger ships. I would like to find Asgards and Clippers and other ships that people put their upgraded military components in to see if those are actually usable still. What I really want to find is a Polaris or an Idris that have the Torrent PDCs on them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Vandul ship spawned here anyway. Alright. Power to the weapons components. Let's head down toward the asteroids. Vandul ships use plasma. I don't know if plasma properties have made it into the damage model yet, to where they hit kind of like ballistics do, so we should be okay. Because if they're just red as energy, then our shields will be more than enough to handle some blows. Here, let's take a little bit out of there and put it into engines. Actually, nah. There's no sense in trying to pretend we'll be able to do any kind of maneuvering in this thing. Under the station, they'll kill themselves. Oh, what, running into the station? I have a limited time, so I get back to the game and can route to my C2. You can definitely... You should be able to quantum route back to your A2, or to your C2. If you go onto your map, just in case you didn't know, or anybody who doesn't, when you scroll out, somewhere on the map, you're going to have like a ship icon that you can click on as you're coming out, wherever your ship might be. It'll be a little white circle, kind of like this one, where it shows my buddy out here in Levski near me, and you can quantum to it. I'm convinced Torrent never runs out of ammo. That'd be pretty cool. I haven't messed with them yet, so I'll be interested to see what they can do. I've got the audio bug, unfortunately, of my salvage head. I can hear that. Saber gauze rifle. What? No. Yeah, the laser PCC ammo thing is a good point. However, the penetration mechanics of ballistics is one of the reasons that I want some of the torrents. This QV station's built a little different than the other one. Let's see. This QV station looks pretty gnarly. Don't think we've got any player ships out here. Where's the other area? It's over this way. Let's see what we can come across. I think it's safe to say we can put our power back into our engines. It's like a dead end here. Let's try again. Let's see if we can pop up another. Hell yeah, cool. Okay, so I don't know why it took so long for it to pop up last time. Let's zoom them out and try another spot. This is more like going to fishing spots where you know that there are some good spawns.
Appreciate your help, but we're hoping to get the latest intel on who the Shattered Blade are selling to. Head out to their storage site, and upload the decrypted data package you find. Don't be surprised if the Mandul is still interested in them, too.
That should not be negatively affecting my intersect mission status either. Yeah, we're good. How long did it take you to earn the Reclaimer in-game? So, I can't really say I earned it in-game, because of the crazy amounts of money that were flying around. I bought it because I had several billion AUEC. During one of my live streams, a player, or a user came in by the name of Dante who had like 25 bill, and he gifted me 14 billion to do giveaways, to give to players. Since there's, I mean, I've had so many people in my org, and even people in chat that are like getting so many billions of AUC gifted to them. So I spent like a day and a half just distributing that money to as many people as I could that requested it in chat or commented on videos. To the point to where I still had like 3.6 billion left, and I was like, you know what, let me go and get a couple of things. I got an extra whole C just in case the whole C I had got wiped because it's in-game purchase. And then I just went down the list and I bought a bunch of stuff that I've always wanted to mess with or try, like the Hammerhead, the Reclaimer, a bunch of ground vehicles. So I can't really say I earned it, because I just happened across all that money and just bought one. Like, I think I'm still sitting on like 1.4 billion, yeah. I mean, I can't give out quite as much as I did before, but I still got plenty of money to give away. If any of you guys who had joined and want to try out some ship that you haven't seen, you know, hit me up with your username under the comments of the video or in the chat. I'll take some screenshots and try to send you some of the money. If you can, please spell it how it's displayed on your wallet, or like the actual in-game part. I wonder if it's, oh, please don't crash my game. The wallet's been really finicky lately. Okay, there we go. Because like you have sometimes two different ways that these are shown, like Captain Dianos DZ006. So send me your actual name that's in the white, and I can try to send you some cash. Just keep in mind, you know, it's all likely getting wiped out here in the next patch or two. But yeah, this is a fraction of the money I had. I was sitting on over like 14 billion. A Vulture. Vulture has salvageable components. Let's go scan it and see if it's owned by anybody. Interesting. Oh, there's another ship. That looks like a Terrapin. I don't know if the Terrapin is gold standard yet. It's our first QV station with 2 ships, though. So even if we can't salvage, we will... Or even if we can't, you know, recover components, we will salvage the ships. You mean under new management? Yeah. Basically, just want to make sure that they're not currently in active use by players, because I'm not going to be that guy. That to me is actually pirating and abusing. That's not my style. All right, let's slow down here and head down the station, because it looks like we are too high. Might be gold standard. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Linux Crow, I'll take 2 shekels. Sounds good, yeah. You go ahead and screenshot meld so I can get that. There we go. Awesome. Thank you guys for the information on the Terrapin. Yeah, it felt really uncomfortable at first to realize that I had credits to the tune of billions. That's... Now I'm kind of like, whatever, because I know it's going to get wiped, so I don't feel as weird about it. But I was definitely feeling a certain type of weird for sure. Alright. Make sure we don't come up here too fast, because I don't want to knock into the station. We're in a little bit of a big ship, if you didn't notice. Alright. Here's Johnny. Got some skins. That is a Medi-Terrapin and all. Alright, scanning. Takes a scanner a minute to wake up. That's the cost of my torpedo rearm. Drake Salvage, unknown. Up for grabs. Parts. We got a Fortitude Power Plant, Explorer, Thermax. These are standard parts. These are not new or anything, so... That is a stock Vulture. Let's check out the Terrapin. Info. Owned by the game. We are good to break in. All standard components. All good. Alright. So now I'm going to go into salvage mode. Let's actually back the Reclaimer up a little bit. I'm going to probably just angle myself this way. Whoop. Let's not hit the station. That'd be really stupid. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and get my shields online and all. Yeah, no med gel extraction or anything at the moment. So we're going to head over, get those ships in space in front of the Reclaimer, power them all down and all, and then we'll scrape and munch them. Disorienting. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, the Reclaimer can be a little clunky. It's okay, Commander Jackal. I appreciate it. I haven't checked salvage missions in Pyro this patch. Wonder if they got cargo on them again. Yeah, apparently I gotta level myself with the salvage in Pyro. Between the Headhunter and the CFP, I gotta do a little work there. Now the Percy's a beautiful ship. How have you liked it, Commander Jackal? How's it treated you? Well, let's get mess with the Terrapin first. I haven't really messed with those too much. These are no longer player owned, so I don't feel bad. We're going to break in and salvage these. Oh, it's already open. Wicked. That makes my job a little easier. Alright, we got our med bed. Blows up. No, can't do that. This makes this so much easier. I don't have to break into this thing. I really like it. Kind of glad it's not a soloable ship. Yeah, it's a beautiful ship. I've been on it a few times. A couple people in the org have them, and I have loved messing with it.
All systems online.
Okay, so she's powered up. Let's go ahead and go shields down.
Takeoff complete.
There we go. Gear up. Are we in VTOL mode? Is there a VTOL mode? There is, yeah. Interesting. Alright, we're going to put this just down in front of the Reclaimer. Kind of right about here. Alright, we're locked up. Very good. And then we're going to power everything down.
Weapons offline. All systems offline.
Alright, this thing is fully powered down. You can get the Prowler down to 1.8k signature. Most size 5 guns has a range of 3.3. That's wild. Okay, I'm gonna have to open all again, apparently. Heal your thirst before scraping. You mean hydrate? Uses and stuff. Oh, wait, onboard storage. Up here, yeah? Aha. Yum, yum. Stack these up. So many. Hydrate and tow line. There you go. All right. Back to the Vulture. Yeah, it does. I mean, I'm not worried. We're at 67% hydration. I've got my smoothies on me. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to the habit of, Alex, is checking all the ship storages that I encounter. For sure. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Yeah, you too, Space Poseidon. How you doing? Alright. Wonder by what chance the, pilot door might be open. Negatory. Oh no, it is! It is! Hang on, can I? Oh, I can't interact with this because it's not mine. Sons of bitch. Okay, we go into the ramp. It's fine. Pulverizer for the win, man. So much hit, so much ammo. Great for this stuff. Wow, that's one strong ramp, dude. There we go, my gosh. Yeah, it's opening up on its own. Good shit. Awesome. Alright, storage. More fuses and goodies. I love when it behaves. On the Drake tape holding it shut. You know it. When are we gonna get Space C4? Yeah, no joke. All right. We are good.
Landing gear up.
All right. Coupled. Come to a complete stop. We're gonna go and shields off. Release everything. Power down. All systems. Good point. I should double check that. Get off the ladder, damn it. Alright, this is so annoying. Thank you. And 0. She is empty. Alright. Another weird one at the QV. Yep. I know. But this is the most consistent way we've actually gotten ships to investigate and salvage. So I think that that's a win. I definitely would have been doing this more consistently from the beginning of the stream had I known that. So thanks again, Commander Jackal, and anybody else who's pointing me in this direction. Super helpful. Damn, wish I had a Reclaimer. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've enjoyed actually messing with this ship quite a bit. I'll miss it when the wipe happens. It'll be one of the ships that I actually want to save up for in game after I get my Maggie C back, because don't have a whole C. Not pledged anyway. Alright. Let's reposition to Munch. Oh, interesting. My MFDs are all glitched out. There we go. Alright, let's just reset all this stuff. Radar's online. That was interesting. Reposition up a bit. Out there should be fine. I kind of want to take my Salvation and go salvaging with a larger ship, like the Carrack or something, as a mothership. Yes! Do it! You will love it. Do it. I did that with the Salvation inside of my C2. It also fits in the Carrack really well. Definitely a great option. Alright. Melting that bad boy. So my pledged ships, let's see if I can rattle them off by the top of my head here. The most obvious ones, at least. I've got the Ironclad Freight, which also gives me a loner Caterpillar, but I also have my Caterpillar Pirate that's pledged. I have an F8 Sea Lightning. I have my Raft, the Raylan. What else do I have pledged? Ironclad, Rylan, Mole, Caterpillar, F8. Oh, Asgard. Gladiator Pirate, technically. And I don't think I have my Ion anymore. I think that's it. At least this time, the ships are letting me actually melt them instead of telling me that they're still, like, shields up. That was frustrating. I think what I might do on this side is swap the trawler for an abrade with the tractor beam. I don't know, maybe. At least we're dealing with, like, smaller ships, and then keep the abrade trawler on the other side. Or maybe this side I'll do a braid trawler and the other side, sorry, geez. This side I'll do a braid tractor and the other side I'll do trawler tractor. I think that just kind of makes sense. That way I can manipulate all the ships from both angles. Upgraded the Reclaimer to a whole D. Damn. They are all bought outright, actually. Alright, let's see. Can I use the mouse to rotate? Oh, that's awesome. I can. Let's see. I think I pretty much... See, that's the good thing about the trawler on this frickin' Reclaimer is that you go through the ship and get both sides of these smaller vessels for the most part. Alright. Let's hit this one too, just in case. A little bit of extra momentum. Yeah, I've pretty much gotten both of these. We'll see if there's anything left to scrape. Shouldn't really be, though, because this laser's strong enough to go right through them. There's a little bit of material left on the Vulture. Not a whole lot. Alright. And it looks like we got rid of the audio bug, which is nice. Sometimes it actually does go away. You think the whole D is going to get a price increase? Alright, I think, based on my positioning, this should be at the right position to hit everything with the claw. The claw! Nice to get both sides. Yep, yep. Hop over here, deploy our claw, and eat the rest. This part's so freaking sick, man. I still think this is one of the coolest things. Might be a little bit off angle, actually, to hit. Oh, never mind. We got both ships in light. All right. Fracturing. Nom nom. All right. And then now we switch to our disintegration field and pull everything in. We got some stuff drifting past, but I think we're... Okay, some of it just went out of range from that fracture hit. But most of it got pulled in right away. Okay. Let's return the claw. We can reposition and scoop up those last 2 bits that got away from us. I guess this is one way, actually, that using third person wouldn't be a bad idea. There they are, kind of off to the side. Yeah, we are, like, right next to the station. I wonder if you can actually do anything to that Polaris. I don't think so, but I might try, just to see. Alright, we should be able to hit both of those. Let's see. Yeah, Boondock, like they said, the whole D is expected to have in the 7,000s of SCU, whereas the whole E is going to be about 12,000. So that last piece got a little bit away from us. I'm not worried about it, though. It can keep drifting. That's fine. Got our server cleanup done, though. 6912, yeah. I still, again, I know I already said it earlier in the stream. I hope they double it, at least. Doesn't have to be anywhere near what it was, but I do hope they double it for both. That would be awesome. And I think it's still reasonable as far as game entities and economy. Or yeah, it's for purchase. Yeah. Definitely enough to purchase. I'm sitting on 1.4 billion, so if you want, you know, 50, 60 million credits or something, let me know. I'm not trying to give away too many huge chunks just because I like to be able to give out to more and more people. But I got enough that I can throw anybody who wants like 50 mil. I think for now, I'm going to keep to about 50 mil cap per player that I give stuff to. I really want to see if we can actually hit this thing with salvage lasers. Somebody might have already tried this at some point, but I'm going to give it a shot just to see what happens. The Karenite farmer. Yeah, I'm still sitting on 1.4 billion myself. But yeah, for you, I'd be happy to. Lightbringer? Okay, cool. Star Citizen Santa, yeah. Alright, let's see what happens. Bro? This is why having a scientifically curious mind comes in clutch. Oh, I know what I'm doing now. Oh. This is kind of insane, dude. Alright. I'll get more into that in a second. Let me go ahead and see if I can take care of this real quick. Oh, hang on. We're in the turret. Can't do anything yet. Let's hop out. Back here. Yeah, the Polaris can be scraped, dude. You can scrape the Polaris. Oh, boy. Keep it between us, guys. Keep it between us. We don't want them to fix that. That means that I missed out on 2 or 3 Polari already. Damn it. I know my new plan. QV stations to hopefully loot player ships. Scrape the Polaris. Move on. I doubt you can fracture it. We'll try, though, for science, guys. Alright, let's see. Lightbringer? Oh my god, there's so many. Oh no. Is it just Lightbringer like I have it spelled? Well, this isn't a player Polaris. This is an in-game sort of... what's the way to put it? Like an in-game entity. Like, not really a player vessel. But yeah, you can fracture and do anything to Polaris as an Idris. Yeah, I've fractured an Idris and eaten the whole thing. It's just... Oh, is that how it's spelled? Okay, let me copy and paste that. Good stuff. Oh, wait, you're in my friends list, you said. I'm an idiot. Hang on. What? Weird. Let me just come down a bit and see if you pop up. Okay, maybe not. We'll do it this way. No, stop that. There we go. Copy and paste. Really? Is that how you spell it? Is there a G missing in there? Oh, okay. Let me try that. The wallet makes things so complicated, man. There it is. There you go, my friend. No, you're totally fine. I was gifted it, yeah. Let me see, the other individual, let me scroll back up a bit here. Somebody else mentioned wanting a little chunk of change. How far up do I gotta scroll? I might have to refer to my screenshot, which I think I'll do that. Let's see. Here it was. Linux Crow, that's what it was. Happy to help, happy to help. All right. I think that's how it's spelled. They want 2 shekels. Leg. Yeah, I got you. Alright, let's see if I can find Linux Crow here. God, I hate the wallet. Jeez. You know what? I'll probably do this off stream because it's really frustrating to function with the wallet. So I'll screenshot usernames and I will make it my mission to get some money over to you by end of day today. We'll keep it simple. Keep in mind the money does have a time limit basically because of the proposed wipe. So enjoy what you can while you can. Spend it, enjoy it. I'm going to scrape this thing a bit and then see if we can fracture it. I doubt you can fracture it because it's attached to the in-game missions, but it'd be kind of funny if you could. And it helps if you guys include your usernames, not just your in-game name, for the search. I appreciate that. It helps me search for that god-awful wallet. I don't know what they were thinking of. Gunman's my in-game name. Yeah, sweet, sweet. Yeah, if you get a chance, let me know, or add me as a friend too. That helps. Add me as a friend. Now at the friends list is actually letting me see more friends. CPT_Deadwick should be what you need. I'm definitely about to reposition to get a better angle for scraping here. There is so much meat on this. This is awesome. Yeah, my pleasure, guys. Yeah, and I'm screenshotting the chat, too, for anybody who's putting in their name. Cool, got that friend request. Hell yeah. Makes it a little bit easier to search through the wallet when you are a friend. Man, these freaking engine nacelles are meaty. I wonder how many people just assumed you couldn't scrape this because it's part of a mission and not like a standard ship. So they actually put a legit Polaris, which makes sense because you can interact with the inside in a lot of the same ways you would a player-owned ship. Kinda crazy, man. Kinda crazy. So I guess the best way to put it, the deal with Salvage is that essentially you're able to scrape the hull material off of other ships, and in most cases fracture those ships and completely pull them into your ship as construction materials as well. You can sell those products, you can use those products to craft items. In the future, you'll be able to use those products to craft actual components, weapons, ship parts, potentially sooner than people think. And as well as part of Salvage for me, Salvage and Recovery, or Sourcing Recovery, kind of built into our org name, the OLISAR group, is looting ship components and weapons off of player ships too. So there are so many cool sides to Salvage, in my opinion, beyond just kind of the scraping mechanics. However, being able to scrape a ship is pretty awesome. Man, we are like really tight in this area. Like I'm coming up right next to this. All right, let's angle top down. That's actually a pretty cool looking sort of paint job on this bad boy. I wonder how much of this will be actually scrapable. It's gonna be really cool. All right. Let's angle about here. Should be nice. Come up a bit. I don't want to be too far up, but I want to have a good spread. That should be sitting nice and pretty. I'll scrape it up. So, especially for like your construction materials, you got to take it down to a refinery, just like with mining, and actually refine it. Now, you're going to lose a lot of what you pulled in on the construction material front, but it's worth a good amount of money, like almost 12K per SCU. Aside from that, when it comes to the recycled materials, you basically can just sell that. You know, stations like Levski or anywhere you would sell normal commodities and such. Alright, let's see. Swap over to the Abrade. Pull in some goodies this way too. There we go. Now this being a computer or like a mission ship, I'd imagine it has standard PDCs on it as well, because I don't think you can actually loot that. I think the RSI Salvation is incredible, especially because of the way you can parent-daughter the ship, meaning you could put it inside of a C2, inside of an Asgard. The Salvation fits inside of an Asgard. Carrick, Polaris and Idris, of course. And then you can go out and stay out longer, putting like ship's components and weapons inside your C2 or your Asgard, as well as the salvage material you pull off the Salvation. I highly, highly recommend the Salvation. It is such a cool little ship. And it becomes even better when you can put it inside another ship, because you can use that bigger ship to get around since you have a tiny fuel tank in the Salvation. I will say, kind of like the Golem, the Salvation really shines as a ship combo, as a daughter ship inside of a bigger ship. But it is a great little ship. That is probably going to be the bulk of my salvaging strategy when the wipe does happen, because I'm going to have a Salvation and a C2. And I'm probably going to spend a lot of time in that thing. Alright, let's shift back to our trawler. When I was in the Navy, I was an aviation... Jesus, I just said aviation. Good God, my brain. I was an aviation ordnanceman in the Navy. I was a sailor. Technically an airman with my rank instead of a seaman. Jokes aside. I worked on the weapons for aircraft. Whether it was the 20 mics for the Vulcan cannon on the F-18 Hornet, or like the Maverick missiles, the Mark 82 dumb bombs, the JDAMs, Mark 65 quick strike mines, AIM missiles, all kinds of cool stuff. I had a lot of fun doing that. If you pick up the Salvation base pack for a little more, you can get a game package. The theory CIG have in the past said that extra game packages will give you an NPC for your crew. Interesting. I wonder how that'll translate in the future. Yeah, for a lot of the heavier weapons, we used, not dollies. Why can't I think of it? Like cherry pickers, essentially. Lifts, chains. They were attached to the bulkheads of the aircraft carrier's bays. So if you had to pick up something real heavy, you would hoist it. You wouldn't pick it up like we trained in boot camp. Submarine torpedoman. Oh, hell yeah. There's another Submariner in the chat. That's cool. Strife was an HM3, Corman. I actually, man, in hindsight, I probably wouldn't have gone AO. I probably would have gone Corman. That would have been my more preferred path, I think. But being an AO wasn't too bad. I was... Then I'm insulting my own rate here, so it's okay. I was smarter than the average AO. If you've been in the Navy, you know. IOUs, warheads on foreheads, all that jazz. I almost went nuke. Because of my test scores, ASVAB, and everything else beforehand. In hindsight, I probably would have suffered through it to have that on my resume as a nuclear engineer, whether it was being a machinist mate or whatever in the nuclear category. But I know that any nuke I talked to, or anybody I talked to about it, said I made a good choice by not going in because the nuke life was hell. I do think in hindsight, I was probably cut out for it. But, you know, it is what it is. I can't go back. Sounds super cool. I was in the South African Marines way back. Hey, another more military. Appreciate your service regardless of what country and where you're at. Yeah, it was always talked about that the nuke life was hell. That sign-on bonus, man, that freaking, like, at least back when I was in, the sign-on bonus was like 80 grand or 100 grand, and the re-sign bonuses were crazy. You knew because of that sign-on infrastructure, or sign-on incentive, that it had to be hell. Because you had to put that money down for people to go in. It's kind of cool, the amount of military, active, reserve, or retired, or separated, or otherwise, that I've seen in Star Citizen. It's pretty cool. I still can't believe that we're able to actually scrape these. I wonder how long that's going to be possible. Or maybe they'll make it to where, like, every now and then Van Duel ships come in, so you can't just kind of, like, sit here and do this. Well, we're up to 90 SCU just messing with this Polaris. This is cool. This is probably going to be my salvage loot for a while, unless, if I get too big and famous, guys, it might get exposed to somebody at CIG, so yeah, keep this between us if you can, right? Maybe you shouldn't like and subscribe and share. Gotta keep the channel small. Oh. Mainly stationed in Germany, but was a couple of other places too. 88 to 92. Awesome, man. Yeah, to anybody in the chat who's been associated with military or serving in any country, heart goes out to you guys. Thank you all for your service. Serving in the military in pretty much any regard I can think of is a valiant thing, an honorable thing. Much love. Yeah, good chunk. Okay, I think I'm probably just going to take out a bulk of what's on top of here, and then we'll see if we can fracture, and then that's probably where I'm going to close out the stream today, because I didn't realize it is after 1600, so I continue to suck at time management. I can already see my wife rolling her eyes in my brain. You're like, yep, she could have figured this was going to happen. Too cool, though. This would be a good amount of, like, come out in your C2 and your salvation. Head on a swivel, though. And, like, park it near this Polaris and just go to town with your salvation. And then just, like, stack all the boxes on your C2. And there is loot inside of this Polaris. Like, I think you can actually get into it even with the mission not active. So you might even be able to loot stuff out of it, which I kind of want to do now. Damn it. Okay. Future live streams, we will. Future live streams, we will. For now, though, we're going to see if we can break this. I doubt that fracturing is possible on this, but we're gonna confirm that statement. Perfect. Had a U.S. sergeant attached to us for a while. We took the piss out of him for all the medals he had. Oh, man. Stop giving Roberts bad ideas. No. No bad ideas. Nothing happened. We're not doing anything. All right. Yeah, no UI interface for fracture or disintegration, which that's to be expected because this is like part of the game structure. Okay, what we will do, I'll go airlock to airlock. We'll run in real fast and take a little peek. I almost hit engage self-destruct. That button should not be there. Okay. Let's get down here a bit. Now, I haven't had a whole lot of practice lining up airlocks, so I am going to cheat a little bit and go third person for this. Because the entrance to that ship is right on the side. Yeah, if you didn't realize how big the Reclaimer is, I mean, it's like Polaris big. Beast of a ship, man. Right, we are coupled up. Little stick wiggle to make sure we're at 0 velocity. I'm checking my reference points all around the ship to make sure I'm not moving. Put that extra pip into those shields. And let's go do it. I think I accidentally just turned the ship off as I was getting up. So let's fix that. Yo, where do you sell 16 SU crates? I've been to multiple stations and they refuse. So yeah, use UEX Corp to find places to do that. Yeah, I did turn off the damn ship. Son of a gun. I did that while getting up apparently. So let's do that. Power up shields, power down weapons. And let's not hit that button this time. I hit U when I hit Y. Turned everything off. It's a massive workhorse. Aegis did it right. Yeah. I feel she needs some love as far as her gold pass, but this is a really kick-ass ship. You think I was out of range? I don't think so. I was really close to it. Because I've broken a Polaris and an Idris before doing that. But yeah, Thomas, I would use the UEX Corp website to figure out, because like some places will tell you if they can or can't handle 16 or larger. I feel like in Pyro, most of those places can only handle 16 and below, but the 24s and 32s, I had to take the TDDs. So mostly the main trade divisions in Stanton or in Levski, like those should be able to handle all sizes. But smaller stations, like Lagrange point stations, there's a good chance that they won't. So I'll have to do a little bit of research on that. All right. Let's close this just in case. Too much. All right, there we go. That's not what I wanted to do, but all right. Alrighty. Hang on, we're gonna go ahead and consolidate our ammo as we drift forward and get cooked by our Aegis engine here, which is insane. Really? I should have... Oh, because I still had ammo in that drum. Alright, that's fine. Okay. They knew what they were doing with that sound. God, that is so Star Trek, and I love it, man. Now, there are likely NPCs in here. Or I don't know if they spawned because I technically don't have the mission active. We got med beds. We got some loot crates here. Take all the medical stuff I can. Yeah, for you, I love this too. I feel you. Take all the medical goodies. Alright, let's see if the NPCs are actually here, even though we're not technically on the mission. We'll know if we start getting shot at. That's a component. What do we got? Dynaflux. Anything else? Whoa! Oh, boy. Oh, my God. So many components in here. Polars are, I think, a military-grade component. Okay. Dynaflux is mil-spec B. Oh, shit. Isn't Polar a military-grade cooler? It's on the... I know it's on the F8. I'm going to start throwing all this stuff down here. Ooh. What's up with my health? Thank you for that. What the hell happened? The power core drains you. Oh, shit. Good looking out, guys. I had no idea. You can buy Polars. All spec B. That's a rad zone from the power core. Oh, shit. Damn. Alright, let's do this then. So, which of the... Ooh, Veil. That's a shield. Polars. Barrel Cascade. Polars. So the tractor rifle you can find at the cargo centers and the refineries. It's usually under personal weapons. So these are a lot of grade B components over here, right? Yeah, the max lift rifle is pretty amazing. It's not great stuff, to be honest. Huh. Kind of makes me wonder what else might be out here. So many alarms. Doesn't appear to be any NPCs because the mission's not active. Dynafluxes. So many Dynafluxes, man. I don't know that I personally have any need for them. I wonder if it means though that you can find some better grade stuff. Can't go out that way. What's in here? Large artifact fragment, flawed drinks. Cool looking hammer. I'm gonna have to do more exploring on this stuff in the future. Oh, I was about to say, wait a minute, is that wide open? Server area, hangar, more loot boxes, Dolovine and Glaucosite. Bunch of creepy ass looking fruits. Is there anything inside of this thing? Can you get into this? Find a loot room. With the cards you need to decode. Yeah, I gotta actually do the mission, I guess, to get that stuff, which is fine. That'd be cool to kind of poke around, though. Ripper SMG battery, Ripper SMG. I want to take that. Hell yeah. I checked this already. Suit stuff. Nah, I don't need that. Alright. I think I messed around. I'm gonna get caught up doing way too much, so... Ooh, this is a different area. Hey. Pseudo helmet turf war. We'll take that. This is the bridge. I think that's a visual glitch. I don't think it's actually wide open. Studio backpack, which I don't think we can actually put these in like normal. Might have to run in with just your undersuit on and grab some of this stuff. So this is, I found these by using the smuggler's missions. Ooh. Arrowhead sniper rifle, nice. Amarov 16x scope. Zenith laser sniper. Kill shot ammo. I'm gonna take that scope for sure. Cool. Yeah, Vandul Smuggler. So here, I'll show you. It's under this category. When you go in here, it'll be under Investigations. Except, of course, I have it active. Or no, I don't. Oh, it's not showing up like it did last time. But, okay, so this will be the mission. Additional Smuggler Intel. I guess if you've already been there. Otherwise, it'll be the first one. Yeah, some pretty cool stuff down here. Alright, now I just got to get back to my Reclaimer and get the hell out of here so we don't lose everything. Getting to a point where I actually do need to get something to drink. Right, so we'll go back into the other way. Oh, I don't think I got this loot box. Oh, I definitely did not. Wow. Flawed fragment, medical stuff. I want to take that. Tiger's Claw. That's really cool. Some special beer. I'll take the snaggle sticks. All the goodies. So it's kind of cool. I guess if you're using these missions to do salvage, you'll also be able to take a brief moment to try to loot this stuff. Alright, this should be the way out. I don't really care to take these components with me, actually. So many components over by that reactor core, though. That was surprising. Alright. And I think what I'll do is I'll head to like Dead Space and Bedlog. Come back in and mess around some more. But really cool, man. Let's go ahead and close that. I love that you can definitely get a good amount of RMC from scraping the Polaris on these missions, which is awesome. You saw nothing. You don't know what I'm talking about. I said nothing. But also finding player ships that you can munch and possibly get components out of, which is really cool. Alright. And more that I spend time-wise with this ship, the more I love it. This Reclaimer is badass. And to answer your question, right, Fire Spock, this is the Aegis Reclaimer. This is the subcapital class, extra large, size 6 salvage vessel by Aegis Dynamics. And she is awesome. Gives me AVP vibes, or Alien Nostromo, people have said, as well as the ship from Prometheus kind of look to it. It's roughly similar size, if not a little bit bigger in volume, than the Polaris capital. Or I guess technically the Polaris is considered a Corvette, right? Ship classifications have changed a few times, so it's kind of hard to really identify them, I think. Because I wouldn't consider any of these capital ships, even the Idris. The Idris I probably consider a frigate. Because if, like, a capital ship to me would be like the Bengal carrier. That's a true capital class ship. I hope RSI will make great environment economics, or an economic to Reclaimer, SRV, and other ships. Yeah, the Carrack, man, that it needs some love. The Carrack is such a cool ship that I feel like definitely needs some love, some work as an exploration vessel. It needs its game loop, honestly. That's what it really needs. All right, let's target Levski and do a dead space jump, which is basically just a partial hop to get out of a possibly hospitable or habitated area with players, so that way you can safely bed log and rejoin the game at a later time. When you walk around the Reclaimer in VR, you're as tall as a Banu. Oh, that's interesting. Alright. Little hop. And then stop there. I'm going to go coupled. We will go ahead and log out here. I think that a lot of these ships can classify as sub-capital. If I were to give the Idris an actual term, I probably would call it like a frigate versus a capital ship. The Hammerhead, I would put more in the category of a Corvette. The Polaris is, I think, classed as a Corvette, but it's a large Corvette, honestly. Almost frigate class, like the Idris. My friend and I have done that as well. It was a hell of a night. Made millions on Salvage. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Just imagine making Scavenge Guild, SRV Hunters, which were tow heavy ships, or Reclaimer. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Oh, I went right past the captain's quarters. Yeah, I didn't really initially think about scraping the Polaris either, but I just got curious. I was looking at it, and I was like, let's see what happens. I fired my laser, and sure enough, I started pulling material. So I was pleasantly surprised there. Oh yeah, we had a bunch of crap that we pulled off of that ship too that I need to go store. I'll do that later. Where's my energy? There it is. Let's go ahead and get that hydration done while we're thinking about it, and I'll kind of conclude on here as well. That's the thing with SC. There are so many ways to make some cash. Yep, which is good, especially since we're all looking at that wipe coming soon, coming to a game near you. But, alright, I think this will pretty much wrap it for this stream. Let me get another bit of hydration in. There it is. On Friday, we're planning to actually do these missions as a group with AT and Dead Tree and a couple other people we can scrounge up with the org, so that should be a fun time. Big thanks to everybody who was a part of the stream and for all the follows. Gur, Dante, Gavin, Dad and the Big Tom, Hippita, appreciate all you guys. I stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from noon to roughly 1600 Eastern US. And it is always a good time hanging out with y'all, doing different things. Gonna kind of be going between hauling on some days, salvage on other days, mining on other days, different industrial adventures. Industry is my main focus. So there might be some combat and stuff interspersed with things like on Friday's Smuggler's Run mission. But for the most part, we'll be doing industry-related things. I'm gonna go ahead and get in here to bed log out for the day. And figure out what shenanigans I can get into with my wife as we're going into the holidays. So yeah, happy holidays to everybody. Merry Christmas and all. I guess I'll catch up with you guys the day after Christmas, right? Because tomorrow is Christmas itself. So stay safe out there. Have fun with friends and family. And I will catch you guys out in the verse. Take care.